Silence, please. This hearing is hereby called to order. This is the hearing of the Committee on Accountability of Public Officers in Investigation, together with the Committee on Banks, on the... Silence, please. On the alleged 100 million or 80 million that was laundered in the Philippines. We will start with an opening statement. Mga kababayan, una sa lahat, isang pagbati at isang pasasalamat. Binabati ko po kayo ng isang magandang hapon at sa ngalan ng Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, nagpapasalamat ako sa lahat ng mga panauhin at resource persons na nandito ngayon. Muli magtutulungan tayo humanap ng sagot sa tatlong mahalagang tanong. Tatlong tanong. Una, ano nangyari? Paano at bakit nangyari? Pangalawa, sino-sino ang dapat sumagot at managot sa pangyayari? At pangatlo, aling mga batas at patakaran ang dapat natin baguhin, dagdagan at higpitan para hindi na mangyari pa ito ulit. Ang mga nagaganap na nais nating siyasatin ngayon ay mahalaga para sa ating bansa at sa ating mga kababayan. Apektado nito ang pangalan, reputasyon at tiwala ng mundo sa Pilipinas at sa ating mga Pilipino. Anumang pagkasira ng pangalan, reputasyon o tiwalang ito ay makakaapekto sa mga ordinaryong Pilipino, lalong-lalo na sa mga pamilyang Pilipino na naninirahan at nagtatrabaho sa ibang bansa. Sa totoo lang, mga kaibigan, kung ma-blacklist tayo ng financial community, mahihirapan na ng husto ang ating minamahal na OFWs magpadala ng pera dito sa Pilipinas. At sooner or later, yung credit rating natin mada-downgrade, yung ekonomiya maapekto, tataas ang presyo ng mga pangunahing bilihin. Apektado lahat ng Pilipino dito. Sa ngalan ng mga maliliit at ordinaryong kababayan nating ito, pagtutulungan natin gawin, matagumpay ang ating investigasyon. Ang tagumpay na ito ay magbibigay ng assurance o katiyakan sa buong mundo ng ating bansa ay tapat at seryoso sa tungkulin natin sa komunidad ng mga bansa. Makakatulong itong siguruhin na mananatili ang tiwala ng financial institutions sa ibang panig ng mundo sa ating sariling financial and banking systems. Para sa bansa ito, para ito sa mga kapwa Pilipino natin, magtulungan po tayo. Thank you. At this point, I would like to acknowledge the senators who are here this afternoon. I would like to acknowledge the chairman of the Committee on Banks, Senator Osmeña. I would like to acknowledge the Minority Floor Leader, Senator Enrile, Senator Soto, Senator J.V. Ejercito, and Senator Alan Cayetano. And also Senator Ralph Recto, the Senate President pro tempore. Okay. Let me acknowledge the resource persons who are here. Representing the Governor of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, Mr. Nestor Espanilla Jr., the officer in charge of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Good afternoon, sir. Representing the Anti-Money Laundering Commission, Attorney Emmanuel Dook.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon. Representing the AMLC, the Anti-Money Laundering Commission, Ms. Julia Bakay Abad.
Good afternoon, Your Honors.
Yes, good afternoon. Representing the Blast Ople Policy Training Center, Ms. Susan Toots Ople,
Magandang hapon po.
the Chairman and CEO of the Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation, or PAGCor, Mr. Cristino L. Nagiat Jr.
Good afternoon, sirs.
Good afternoon. The President and CEO of RCBC, Mr. Lorenzo Vitan. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
The head of the AMLA Compliance Unit of RCBC, Ms. Maria Fe Salamatin.
Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
May I request that Attorney Lorinda Rojero, who is the head of the AMLA department, to speak on my behalf?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
The branch manager of RCBC Jupiter Branch, Ms. Maia Santos Daguito.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. President of PNB, Attorney Reynaldo Maklang. Good afternoon. The President and CEO of BDO, Mr. Nelson Vitan, are you here?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Elmer B. Serrano. I'm external counsel to BDO. I'm representing Mr. Tan in these proceedings. He extends his sincere apologies for not being able to join you today, sir.
You are Alvin Go?
I am Alvin Go, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there a representative of East West Banking Corporation? Okay, the President and CEO of East West Banking Corporation, Mr. Antonio Mongkupa. Sir, magandang hapon po. Now, President of PhilRem Service Corporation, Ms. Salud Bautista. Yes, good afternoon. Just press the mic when you want to talk. Press the button so that there's a red light. If you see the red light, that's when you can talk. Mr. Bansan Chowa, the CEO of iRemit. Good afternoon. Okay. Mr. William Sogo, are you around, sir?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon. Is there a representative of Soler? Please identify yourself.
Your Honor, I'm Silverio Benitan. I'm the Corporate Secretary of Soler. Representing the President who is abroad, Your Honor.
Okay. Good afternoon. Is there a representative of Leisure and Resorts World Corporation?
He's on his way. He's just stuck on traffic.
He's on his way. Okay. Is there a representative of Melco Crown Philippines here?
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Adrian Au. I'm the Vice President of Finance. I'm representing Mr. Clarence Chung, who could not attend today. Sincerely apologizing. Thank you.
Okay. We'd also like to acknowledge the presence of the President and COO of PAGCor, Mr. Eugene Manalastas. Okay. And the Vice President for Gaming and License, Mr. Francis Hernando. Good afternoon. And we'd also acknowledge His Excellency, the Ambassador of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, Major General John Gomez. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome, Your Excellency. The Deputy of Chief of Mission, Miss Shahans Ghazi. Good afternoon, ma'am. And the Head of the Chancery of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, Mr. Probash Lamarong. Good afternoon, sir. Okay, is there anyone who is here who has not been acknowledged and who should be acknowledged? Okay na. Thank you.
Inquiry, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. We ask for the presence of the chairman of PhilRem. Where is he, please? The chair.
Miss Salud Bautista, the chairman of the PhilRem.
Miss Salud is president. Her husband is chairman.
I'm the chairman and president.
Where is
as well.
Mr. Concon Bautista? We ask him to be present today.
Your Honor, there was no invitation for Michael Bautista to be...
Would you call him up and tell him to come over, please? Call him. There's time for him to come over. We have questions for him.
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. We can begin. There has been two requests actually for executive session asking that there should be an executive session because of the bank secrecy law. I cannot agree to that. First of all, because the subject funds actually belong to the Bangladesh government, and the Bangladesh government has not invoked confidentiality. In fact, they are here, present to observe. They have written the central bank, the Bangko Sentral governor, asking for assistance for the tracing and the recovery of the funds. So the true owner is the one that can invoke the secrecy of bank deposits. But in this case, the true owner is asking our assistance. So the invocation of the bank secrecy law cannot be properly done at this point. Secondly, there has already been a freeze order. And the freeze order contains documents, including the pleadings, including the petition filed by the AMLA. And all those documents are now public records and therefore open for the public. Again, bank secrecy cannot be invoked. Okay. We'll start with the AMLA. I understand the Commissioner Dook, you have a opening statement.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Before you proceed, one administrative matter. ComSec, will you please direct everyone to administer the oath?
Could we request all the witnesses to please stand up and raise your right hand for the oath? Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? Please say, I do. Thank you. You may take your seats.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Dook. Please proceed. You are representing the Anti-Money Laundering Council. For the information of everyone, the Anti-Money Laundering Council is composed of 3 entities: the governor of the Bangko Sentral, the chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission, and the chairman of the Insurance Commission. The governor of the Bangko Sentral cannot make it today, and therefore the attorney Emmanuel is representing the commission. Please proceed, sir.
Mr. Chairman, just one administrative matter.
Okay.
Yes. Did we invite the Chinese national, is he in the country, Wei Kangsu, and certain Enrico Teodoro Vasquez, Alfred Santos Vergara, Michael Francisco Cruz, and Jesse Lagrosas?
Okay, Comsec, please reply to the query of Senator Recto.
And Mr. Kim Wong, were they invited as well? Yes.
Comsec, please reply.
Sir, in reply to your query, Mr. Kim Wong was invited. An invitation was sent to him, but he is sending his regrets, and he's sending Attorney Victor Fernandez, counsel for Mr. Kim Wong, sent a letter that his client will be unable to attend said hearing because he is out of the country for medical treatment since March 4, sir. So that's the status of the invitation of Mr. Kim Wong, sir.
4 other individuals, Teodoro Vasquez, who are central to this. Those who opened those bank accounts, yes.
The 4 individuals, namely Mr. Michael F. Cruz, Mr. Jesse Lagrosas, Mr. Alfred Vergara, Mr. Enrico T. Vasquez, could not be located, sir. We sent our staff to send them in the invitations, deliver the invitations, but apparently the addresses given were all fictitious. The people there who they met said that they did not live there, they did not know anybody by that name in those addresses, sir.
Thank you for the information.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you for that. At least it's clarified. Attorney Manuel Dook, please proceed.
Distinguished Chairman of the Blue Ribbon Committee, Senator T.G. Gingona, honorable members of the committee, and senators of our republic, my colleagues in government, my fellow members of the Council, the Anti-Money Laundering Council, represented by the acting OIC of our council, Deputy Governor Nesting Espanilla, and the Attorney Gaite of the Securities and Exchange Commission, whose name has been overlooked earlier in the introduction portion. He is representing the chair, Attorney Teresita Herbosa. Both of them, through me, have conveyed the regrets that they could not attend this hearing. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The Anti-Money Laundering Council of 2001 was enacted to ensure that the Philippines shall not be used as a money laundering site for the proceeds of any unlawful activity. The AMLC, as the agency tasked to implement the AMLA, has been vigorously implementing the law despite some loopholes or deficiencies. The AMLC has been investigating money laundering activities and has filed a number of money laundering complaints before investigating bodies and money laundering cases before the court. The AMLC has been steadfast in the performance of this mandate. It is not unknown to you that in the performance of our duty, we have been sued both in our official and private capacity for undertaking actions such as conducting bank inquiries and freezing bank accounts. In one case, we have been deprived of legal representation from the OSG, and so we face the disastrous consequence of paying for our own legal defense. But we are undeterred. We assure you that we will dispense our duty without fear or favor. However, money laundering investigation and subsequent filing of money laundering cases are only remedial measures to protect the integrity of the financial system and to ensure that the Philippines shall not be used as a money laundering site for the proceeds of crime. Money laundering could also be prevented by instituting preventive measures by having the right and appropriate legal and institutional framework, such as the inclusion of all financial institutions and the designated non-financial businesses and professions as covered persons, and requiring such institutions to have money laundering preventive programs in place, including the casinos. The AMLA was amended a number of times to strengthen the same and address the legal deficiencies of the Philippines, and consequently comply with the relevant UN conventions and international standards on combating money laundering and terrorism financing by the Financial Action Task Force, or FATF, an international body which monitors the compliance of countries or jurisdictions with the said AML CFT standards. The AMLA was amended by Republic Act numbers 9194 in 2003, 10,267 in 2012, and 10,365 in 2013. The law was indeed strengthened as the application for bank inquiry can now be done ex parte. The definition of money laundering has been expanded and is now in accordance with the relevant UN conventions and FATF recommendations. Additional crimes or offenses have been included as predicate crimes to money laundering, and some of the so-called designated non-financial businesses and professions are now considered as covered persons or reporting persons and entities under the Anti-Money Laundering Act. Despite these huge efforts to improve the system, there still remain strategic deficiencies which make the Philippines vulnerable to the risk of money laundering. The latest bills to amend the AMLA, which were the basis of the enactment of Republic Act number 10,365, include some items or provisions which unfortunately were excluded. These refer to the inclusion of casinos and real estate agents and brokers as covered persons and tax evasion as predicate crime to money laundering. As you may note, the Philippines was included by the FATF in its list of monitored jurisdictions in 2010 because of some deficiencies identified in its anti-money laundering and combating the financing terrorism regime. A majority of these deficiencies were addressed by Republic Act numbers 10,167 and 10,365. Thus, the FATF, in its plenary meeting in June 2013, decided to remove the Philippines from its list of monitored jurisdictions, with a caveat, however, to address the non-inclusion of casinos in the coverage of the anti-money laundering law. That was in 2013. Insofar as the case subject of this investigation is concerned, we assure this committee and the public that the AMLC has been on top of this investigation from the moment the matter came to its knowledge. The AMLC immediately started its investigation to identify and track down the transactions involved in the unauthorized fund transfers involving US $81 million belonging to the Bangladesh Bank, and to identify the persons and entities responsible therefore. We assure you that the AMLC will continue with its investigation and we will not leave a stone unturned until we get to the bottom of things and find the truth. In this particular case, we will send a message to the global AMLCFT community that the Philippines will not allow itself to be a haven for laundering criminal proceeds. Now we are faced with these questions, Your Honors. Is the inclusion of casinos or casino operators necessary in our Philippine AML CFT regime? Mr. Chairman, the thing speaks for itself. The lessons we learned from this recent episode is unmistakable. We have to put more teeth in our laws so that we can stop criminal elements from exploiting the deficiencies in our existing laws. There are gaping holes in our laws. We have to include casinos as covered entities. Maraming salamat po, Mr.
All right.
Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Dook. At this point, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Coco Pimentel. Good afternoon, sir. And Senator Sonny Angara. Good afternoon, sir. Also, the arrival of Mr. Reynaldo Bantug, Chair, President, CEO of Leisure and Resorts World Corporation. Good afternoon, sir. We will begin by asking the Executive Director of the AMLC to narrate what happened. First, we have to establish what happened. Then after that, we will allow the senators to ask questions in the order of their appearance. Of course, after me, the chairman of the Committee on Banks will ask questions, Senator Osmeña, and then the rest will follow in the order of their arrival. Okay, Ms. Julia Bakay Abad. Basically, what happened? What happened was some hackers from somewhere hacked the Central Bank of Bangladesh funds lodged in New York, and they were sent to RCBC, and from RCBC they were transferred via PhilRem to several accounts, several casinos. That's the general flow. Please fill in the blanks. Please correct me if there are any. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, the AMLA first learned about this thing on February 11, 2016. It was a Thursday, when the governor of the Central Bank of Bangladesh called our own governor, Armando Tetanco Jr., seeking assistance to trace and possibly freeze the funds that have been stolen from the bank of from Bangladesh Bank. Upon receiving such call from the governor of the Bangladesh Bank, we immediately got in touch with the concerned bank, which is the Rizal Commercial Banking Corporation, and then we verified our own database if ever there were transactions that happened pertaining to this, to said stolen funds. So we immediately conducted our own initial investigation. And our initial investigation revealed, Your Honor, that indeed remittances were made from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York pertaining to the account of Bangladesh Bank, and these remittances were made in favor of 4 bank accounts that are maintained in Rizal Commercial Bank Corporation, Jupiter branch. The beneficiaries of the remittances, we found out, Your Honor, were a certain Michael Francisco Cruz, a certain Jesse Christopher Lagrosas, a certain Alfred Santos Vergara, and a certain Enrico Chidoro Vasquez. Based on our initial investigation, Your Honor, we found out that as far as Mr. Michael Francis Cruz is concerned, a remittance was made to his account in the amount of $6,029,000.12 US dollars. As far as Mr. Jesse Christopher Lagrosas, a remittance in the amount of $30,028.79 US dollars was made to his account. We found out also that as far as a certain Alfred Santos Vergara, a remittance in the amount of $19,999,990 US dollars was made to his account. And as far as a certain Enrico Chudoro Vasquez is concerned, we found out that a remittance in the amount of $25,001,573.88 US dollars was made to his account, or a total of around 81 million US dollars have been remitted to all the said four accounts. Our initial investigation further revealed, Your Honors, that all the said four bank accounts were opened on May 15, 2015 at RCBC Jupiter branch. We found out that from the time the accounts were opened on May 15, 2015, there were no transactions made in the said accounts except on the dates when the said remittances were made on February 5, 2016. We also found out in our initial investigation, Your Honor, that immediately after the remittances were made to the said four accounts, the funds were immediately withdrawn and subsequently transferred to another account in the same bank under the name of a certain William So-go. Our initial investigation on the account of Mr. William So-go showed that the said account of Mr. William So-go was opened only on February 1, 2016, or just a few days before the remittances were made to the said four account holders. Then our investigation further showed that after the funds were transferred to the account of Mr. William So-go, the same were transferred and exchanged from US dollars to Philippine pesos through a remittance company and a foreign exchange dealer by the name of Philrem, which has also an account with RCBC, Green Hills. Based on our confidential report, Your Honor, when the said Mr. William So-go converted the US dollars to Philippine pesos, he represented to Philrem that he wanted to take advantage of the influx of Chinese casino players and junkets. That's why he was changing US dollars to Philippine pesos. We also learned, Your Honor, that upon the instructions of the said Mr. William So-go, the Philrem made the following transactions. Interbank fund transfers were made to the account of Soler or Bloomberry and Hotels Incorporated in the amount of 29 million US dollars. Also, it appears that an interbank fund transfers were made in favor of Eastern Hawaii Leisure Company in the amount of 21,245,500 US dollars. And also, we learned that Philrem made cash deliveries, several instances, to a certain Wei Kang Su. These were cash deliveries, Your Honor, amounting to around 30,639,141.63 US dollars, Your Honor. We learned that Eastern Hawaii Leisure Company is a casino operating at CESA, and one of the signatories to the account is a certain Kam Sin Wong. And we also learned that Century Text Trading is the business name of Mr. William Sogo. After gathering such information, Your Honor, the AMLA Secretariat was authorized by the Council to file petition for freeze order and application for bank inquiry with the Court of Appeals. So that on February 29, 2016, a petition for freeze order was filed with the Court of Appeals against the bank accounts of Mr. Michael Francisco Cruz, Mr. Jesse Christopher Lagrosas, Mr. Alfredo Santos Vergara, Mr. Enrico Teodoro Vasquez, Mr. William Sogo, Century Text Trading, Eastern Hawaii Leisure Company, and Mr. Kam Sin Wong. And a day after the petition for freeze order was filed, the Court of Appeals issued a freeze order against the said accounts. Also, upon authority by the Council, Your Honor, the AMLA Secretariat filed an ex parte application for bank inquiry to authorize us to conduct inquiry in all the said bank accounts. At the moment, Your Honor, we are completing our investigation into the matter, and we assured this committee and the public that we are doing our best to find out the truth and to bring justice where it is due. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much. The chair will now ask questions. I'd like to refer my questions first to the branch manager, ma'am, Ms. Maia Santos Daguito. The accounts of the four holders, ma'am, were established in May 2015 with an opening account of $500. No movement at all. And then on February 5, thereabouts, biglang pumasok, 6 million, 30 million, all in US dollars, 19 million, and 25 million. Did this not raise an alarm to you?
Sir, sorry, but I would like to invoke my right to self-incrimination, and I will answer that in an executive session.
You will answer that in an executive session. Did you not make, when they opened the accounts, these four holders, you signed the account opening forms, am I correct?
Same request. We make the same request.
Sir, we will just make the same request po.
No, but I'm just asking if you signed it, the accounts, the account documents when you opened. No, lawyers are not, counsels are not allowed to speak. Counsels can only give advice.
We already expressed our intention in a letter sent to the chairman, to the honorable chairman.
Sir, we already expressed our intention to the honorable chairman.
All right. The account holders, were found to have fake addresses. The account holders' identification documents, for example, the LTO driver's license cards, were found to be fake, as reported by AMLA after they verified with the Land Transportation Office. Were you not able to do due diligence in accordance with the AMLA principle of know your customer
Due to the tendency
when these accounts were opened?
of a money laundering case,
Sir, based on yesterday's news that AMLC has filed a case against me already, I'm sorry, but I will just answer that in an executive hearing.
So you invoke what are you invoking then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so let me then direct my questions to the President of RCBC. Mr. Tan, is it not standard practice of your bank to verify the identity of an account holder when they open an account?
Mr. Chairman, can I start with my opening statement?
Okay then, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Chairperson Chufisto Gingona III, Honorable Vice Chairperson Sergio Osmeña III, Honorable members of the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, Honorable Senators and distinguished guests, good afternoon. I am Lorenzo V. Tan, the current President and Chief Executive Officer of Rizal Banking Corporation, or RCBC. I am here with RCBC's attorney, Lorinda Rojero, pursuant to this Honorable Committee's invitation, ready and willing to assist in this legislative investigation into the alleged 100 million US that was allegedly laundered in the Philippines. At the outset, on behalf of the bank, I would like to express our gratitude to this Honorable Committee for granting us the opportunity to assist in this laudable and much-needed endeavor to strengthen our country's laws against money laundering, a concern shared not just by RCBC, but all banking and financial institutions. As this Honorable Committee is surely aware, the Philippines is one of the few remaining countries that has chosen to retain the laws imposing the strict confidentiality of bank accounts, deposits, and investments. Though these bank secrecy laws provide obstacles to the free sharing of information at this hearing, which information may actually enlighten everyone on what truly transpired, my colleague and I will extend our fullest cooperation and within legal boundaries will do our best to provide this Honorable Committee with the answers it needs to achieve the purpose of this legislative inquiry. Having said that, on behalf of the bank, we vehemently deny and disavow any and all knowledge, complicity, or participation in the alleged money laundering of 100 million US dollars in the Philippines. I beg this Honorable Committee's indulgence and ask that we be allowed to take this opportunity to explain the bank's and my positions as follows. First, RCBC has always been and continues to be cognizant of the significant public interest that underlies its business and services. The bank views this country's laws and policies against money laundering as a defining and sacred part of the bank's corporate policies and governance culture. Thus, the bank has put in place systems, measures, and policies that ensure and monitor compliance and consistency with prevailing laws and applicable rules and regulations of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, including those necessary to curb money laundering. Among others, the bank has a board-approved and updated money laundering prevention program manual, has a department dedicated to anti-money laundering matters, and has an anti-money laundering committee composed of no less than its senior group and committee heads, and has, from 2011 to 2015, doubled its compliance complement to strengthen its AML department, testing, and monitoring units. Second, fully aware of the fiduciary relationship between the bank and its clients, the bank demands and obtains strict compliance by its management, officers, and employees with all the applicable laws and rules governing the banking industry. The bank is currently conducting its own investigation regarding the subject matter of this inquiry. we assure this honorable committee and the public that should any deviation from the bank's policies and procedures be uncovered, or should any employee or officer be found to have participated in any anomalous or unlawful transaction, the bank shall hold the erring individuals accountable and mete out the penalties they deserve. Third, I am aware that questions have been raised, especially as to the bank's alleged acceptance of an inordinately substantial amount of money and its alleged refusal to freeze the same. Although the bank and its officers are precluded by various bank secrecy laws from discussing the specifics relating to those questions, we would like to clarify a few points. One, an inward remittance to a client's account within the bank is processed under a straight-through process of the SWIFT system, an international payment network that is fully automated from end to end. International remittances under accurate SWIFT instructions are credited to the beneficiaries' accounts without need of any manual intervention. This SWIFT system, which is used by the majority of financial institutions all over the world, including the central banks of various countries, has resulted in a faster and more efficient means of payments. But because of its full automation, the system precludes a manual rejection of remittances. Two, as a matter of best global practice in the banking world, inward remittances of foreign funds to big local banks such as RCBC come from internationally prestigious correspondent banks with which the local bank has had long-standing relationships over the years. Three, under Philippine law, deposits are withdrawable at will, and our existing legal framework prevents banks and even the AMLC and the BSP from freezing monies in a client's account without a court order. It is a matter of strict policy of our bank to comply on a timely basis with the reporting requirements prescribed by Philippine regulations. 5. We have faithfully complied with the freeze order contained in the resolution of the Court of Appeals since we received it on March 1, 2016. We have been cooperating and will continue to cooperate with the regulators concerned to the maximum extent allowed by our legal framework to help them to get to the bottom of this alleged money laundering. 7. While we at RCBC believe that we have put in place sufficient systems and processes to avoid money laundering, we are determined to adopt measures to strengthen them if our investigation will reveal that there are weaknesses along the way. The bank is the 5th largest in the Philippines and continues to grow. It is set to open 50 or so new branches this year to service the banking needs of more people. This controversy does not relate to the bank's financial stability, and we trust that the attempts to misdirect the inquiry and confuse the public will not succeed. I would like to briefly digress and discuss the allegations made against me by one of the bank's branch managers, Ms. Maia Santos Daguito. These allegations are baseless and malicious. To set the record straight, I do not personally know Ms. Daguito and have neither nor had maintained any relationship or direct dealing with her. More importantly, I have no personal knowledge of, much less personal participation in any of the transactions that are subject of this inquiry. It may interest this honorable committee to know that RCBC processes in excess of 2 million transactions per month with an average monthly peso value of approximately 1 trillion pesos. These transactions are not known to me, and these do not and would not have had to be approved by me, even as Chief Executive Officer and President, because to impose such a requirement would slow down the process that needs to be expeditious and efficient. I am aware that in an interview given after she attempted to flee the country, Ms. Daguito recanted and clarified that she merely assumed that I was aware of the matters allegedly transpiring at her branch. As Chief Executive Officer and President of RCBC, a universal bank with 472 branches and over 6,600 employees. Such an assumption is absolutely unreasonable. Having been employed as a branch manager of local banks before joining RCBC, Ms. Daguito would have known better than to make such assumptions. In fact, in the same radio interview, Ms. Daguito categorically stated that she was not accusing me of having any knowledge of the transactions subject of the present inquiry. That is the cold, hard truth, Your Honors. In fact, when I first learned of the incident in question, I immediately ordered that an audit be conducted on the matter. In my almost 3 decades in the banking industry, my reputation has remained untarnished. It is unfortunate that I'm now being baselessly and maliciously attacked regarding this controversy. I trust that this honorable committee's investigation will uncover the truth. To end, we at RCBC understand that this honorable committee has a challenging task. The task to investigate the controversy, to uncover where and how money was laundered, to ascertain whether loopholes in the Philippines' anti-money laundering legal regime exist, and to come up with legislative measures to plug these holes. We fully support and commit our utmost assistance to this honorable committee's endeavors at crafting new legislation or perhaps prescribing new policy regulation. It is my sincere hope, and that of the bank as well, that this honorable committee's daunting task will be completed and give rise to the passage of much-needed reforms. Having been president of the Bankers Association for the past 3 years, I am certain that an enhancement of the Philippines' anti-money laundering legal and policy environment will surely elevate the standing of our nation in the region and entire international financial community, and ultimately benefit the Filipino people. Once again, we thank this honorable committee for this opportunity to take part in these proceedings.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, the first question. When accounts are opened in your bank, Mr. Tan, in accordance with the principle of know your customers, is it not incumbent upon the bank to verify what the true identity of the accounts, the account holders, especially when they open the accounts?
Yes, Your Honor. We are required to know the address, the source of income. We are required to get valid government IDs from these depositors. And we are required to determine the validity of these IDs.
So would you be able to explain as to why there was a failure in this procedure on this instance?
I apologize, Your Honor. I cannot talk specifically about this case because of bank secrecy, but I assure you that an investigation is going on in our bank to determine the actual facts that happened.
No, but what I'm saying is you cannot invoke bank secrecy here because the account holder is the real owner of the funds, is not invoking bank secrecy.
I was advised by counsel, Your Honor, to refrain from talking about bank accounts and specific transactions. I apologize. I understand there was an actual case where a foreign bank was sued for discussing bank accounts in a hearing like this.
Mr. Tan, I'm just asking about your bank procedure. I'm not asking about an account.
Okay.
What are you...
May I pass you on to our...
No, you answer it, Mr. Tan. You're the president.
I already described the procedure, Your Honor.
My question is it not incumbent upon your bank? So you cannot answer in this case, in this instance.
We have an anti-money laundering policy approved by the board. We have a framework in place where transactions are tagged as covered, and out of those transactions,
my question, sir, I'm sorry to interrupt, but my question lang is, in this case, could you explain, yes or no, why there was a failure of this procedure?
I apologize, Your Honor. I cannot talk specifically about these accounts because of bank secrecy laws.
Again, all I'm talking about is procedure, not the account.
As I mentioned earlier, Your Honor, we have the responsibility to identify the validity of these government IDs that are presented by the depositor.
Ms. Daguito, one of the procedures of checks and balances when a customer opens an account is that the bank sends thank you letters. In other words, thank you for opening an account. And that is a check and balance because if it is received, then at least you know the address is correct. Pag bumalik yung, if the thank you letter goes back, because then you know there's something wrong with the address and therefore that's a red flag. Ms. Daguito, did you observe this procedure?
Yes, sir. It's an automatic in the bank. It's computer generated. It's not controlled by the branch. And I believe thank you letters were sent and no notification of return for that.
Okay, but I'm just wondering then why the addressees, when we looked for the address, they were fictitious address. Therefore, could you produce the thank you letters?
I'm sorry, sir.
Could you produce the thank you letters?
It was sent through to the clients already po. Hindi po siya dumadaan.
Hindi bumalik.
Hindi po.
Hindi bumalik. Okay. Now, let's talk about the stop payment order. Okay. The funds from New York came in on February 5. Okay? That was a Friday. There was withdrawals, and then on February 8, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York sent stop payment requests. That was February 8. That was a holiday. It was a Chinese New Year. It came in at 5 p.m. The next day, February 9, was a banking day. That was a Tuesday. 81 million was still there in the accounts. And on February 9, all the 81 million was withdrawn. Did you not have a stop payment request, Ms. Daguito, on February 9?
Sir, I apologize, but questions related to the transactions, I will just answer that in an executive session. I'm invoking my right to be silent about it.
Yes. I was going to say, please make your invocation. Attorney, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sorry po.
So what are you invoking?
Right against self-incrimination.
I'm invoking my right to self-incrimination.
Again, self-incrimination.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Tan. Mr. Tan.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Tan, stop payment order was received by your bank September 8. In the morning of February 8, 2016. On the morning of February 9, first banking day, dapat nakita nyo na yung stop payment request. But apparently, it was not honored because the funds were withdrawn. All the funds were withdrawn. There is, in the pleadings, in the documents, it says here that RCBC responded to the Bank of Bangladesh stop payment request at 7:45 p.m. On February 9. So that's the end of the day already. That's 7:45. Could you care to explain why the stop payment request, which should have been honored at the very start of the banking day, was not honored?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I cannot confirm or deny this request specific to this transaction, but as a general rule, when there's a freeze order on an account, the branch manager involved should comply with such order.
Did you send it to your branch manager?
Again, Your Honor, I'm precluded because of bank secrecy. But, as a general policy of the bank, these orders are sent by head office to the branch.
I cannot agree with your invocation of bank secrecy. As again I said, the one that can invoke secrecy is the owner of the funds. The owner of the funds is the Central Bank of Bangladesh, and they're here precisely to ask us to help them recover the funds. They are not invoking secrecy.
I beg your indulgence, Your Honor. I understand your frustration, but the legal advice is, there must be a legal determination as to who
Mr.
owns
Tan,
these funds.
Mr. Tan,
Yes.
if you honor that stop payment order request on February 9, according to the records I have, 58 million, or more than one half of the funds, would not have been released. Is there, what then conclusion can the public have? They're watching right now.
Maybe the...
Not maybe. This is factual. I'm citing facts. This is not speculative. I'm asking you to answer. This is not a secret. The newspapers have been talking about it. Everybody's been talking about it. A foreign government has asked our assistance, has asked our central bank to assist them.
I understand your frustration, Your Honor. Maybe the investigative body, the AMLC, would be in a better position to discuss the facts, but again, I'm precluded from discussing details of the transaction.
Senator Espanilla?
Mr. Tan, the Bank Secrecy Act prohibits you, the bank, from disclosing any information about a private account. But in this case, we're asking your bank about its procedures and practices. Now, you have your compliance officer at this hearing. We'd like to know, what time did you receive? Did you, the head office, receive the notice from New York? What time did you read it? You might not have been at work on Monday, which February 8th was an official non-working holiday. So what time did the most senior officer read the request that arrived from New York?
Your Honor, if I may answer that. However, I would apologize right now that I will still invoke, but however, I will provide you the processes that the bank has in terms of remittances.
You will invoke what?
Bank secrecy, Your Honor.
I'm
as
asking
well
what
as
time you received the notice from New York, and that's bank secrecy?
Yes, Your Honor. It relates to deposits. Actually, General Banking Act, Your Honor. It relates to information regarding a bank account or a deposit within the bank, and also for the FCDU law, Your Honor.
All right. But if the owner of the funds does not object to your giving information about his funds, remember, I'm talking about the Bangladesh funds. What is your objection to that?
Your Honor, I really apologize. The determination of the ownership as well as whether or not there was fraud committed has not yet been established, Your Honor. Right now, the U.S. federal government is denying as well that there was any hacking done. So at this
That's
point,
got nothing to do with it, whether there was hacking or not hacking.
it is
What's
the
the relevance
predicate-
of that comment you just made?
Sorry, Your Honor. Your Honor, it's the predicate crime to AMLA. So,
The predicate crime is hacking?
yes, Your Honor.
In other words, if it weren't hacked,
There would be no AMLA, Your Honor, money laundering.
You know, ma'am, Miss, what's your name, ma'am?
You may call me Win-Win, Your Honor.
Sorry?
Win-Win, Your Honor.
Win-win? Attorney Win-Win. What are we talking about? You're bordering on the ridiculous here. You're saying that it hasn't been established, it's been hacked. The ambassador of the Republic of Bangladesh is here. The Central Bank of Bangladesh sought assistance that their funds were stolen. Ninakaw ito. Baka siguro maintindihan mo pag Tagalog. Ninakaw ito. So meron talagang krimen na nangyari. So don't give us that thing about hacking or what. Ninakaw ito. Foreign government is asking us to help them. What the...
Your Honor, I really, really want to help. But right now, the presumption is that the ownership of the funds is with the account holders.
The account holders have been proven to be fake. The LTO license are fake. What are you hiding?
they have to protect the fake holders.
Your Honor, much as we would really want to help, I will discuss all procedures available. But for RCBC, deposits of our clients are considered absolutely confidential for us because of the secrecy of bank
Attorney
deposits
Winwin,
law.
Attorney Winwin.
Yes, Your Honor.
You said you're willing to discuss processes, procedure, pamaraan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Senator Espanilla just asked you what time you received the stop payment request. Anong kinalaman nun sa account? You said proseso. A proseso yun. A process starts with a point in time.
Your Honor, the time is a specific fact relating to this event.
Even your facial expression shows how you regard your own reasoning.
Your Honor, it's just that I really, really want to help this committee. If only that we are not bound by Philippine laws on confidentiality, we would really love to tell you everything that we know. However, we also have a duty to the senators who passed those laws.
We were the ones who passed those laws.
Yes, Your Honor.
I was the principal author. So don't give me that.
Mr. Chair.
May I declare a 1-minute suspension? Session resumed. Senator Espanilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me address some questions to Ms. Daguito. Ms. Daguito, there's some standard questions that we have for you. These are the processes of opening up accounts. does the branch manager initial the documents that are submitted by the new depositor?
Sir, I'm sorry, but I invoke my right to self-incrimination, but rather, may I request the honorable people here to just...
How would you incriminate yourself by responding to a process question?
But there is a pending case.
Sir, there is a
If
pending...
I ask you if you carry a driver's license with you, would that be a violation of your rights?
As Your Honor, as mentioned earlier, the AMLC has already filed a case against me. It has already a docket number, so I invoking my right to remain silent on that. Instead, if I may be allowed to a letter addressed to the Honorable Chairman, which I conferred and signed before coming here.
Oh, you wish to make a statement to the committee?
Yes, yes.
By reading your letter you addressed
Yes,
to
Your Honor.
Chairman Gingona. Yes, please. I think with the permission of the chair.
Honorable Chairman, this is the letter my addressed to you by my lawyers, signed by me. Your Honor, we write again on behalf of our client, Ms. Maya S. Daguito, who, through our earlier letter, undertook to heed the Honorable Senate's invitation to appear as a resource person in connection with the investigation of the issue on the alleged $100 million that was laundered in the Philippines. It may have already reached your attention from the news reports last night that the Anti-Money Laundering Council had already filed a criminal complaint for violations of the Anti-Money Laundering Act against Ms. Daguito and 4 others before the Department of Justice. The case is now docketed as AMLC with the 4 accounts and myself, NPS docket XVI INV 16C-00081, violation of Section 4 ARA 9160
before the Department of Justice.
Before the Department of Justice. By this time, therefore, Ms. Daguito is already a person under investigation for the commission of an offense, hence fully entitled to constitutional rights to, among others, remain silent and against self-incrimination. While Ms. Daguito has no intention to disregard, much less offend the authority of this honorable committee, as she in fact intends to fully cooperate in its proceedings, she pleads for your indulgence if she may decline as the need arises to answer questions interposed in open session that may tend to impair her said constitutional rights. We wish to respectfully underscore that by this time, any statement she publicly makes, especially those under oath, shall be binding on her. Words may and will be used against her in said criminal proceedings. She, however, reiterates her intention to testify fully in an executive and confidential session in the best of her ability while protecting her aforementioned rights at the same time.
Mr. Chair.
With assurance of our continued high esteem. Very truly yours. Signed Ferdinand S. Topacio. Signed Joselito Ola Mangaya. Conforme. Signed Maya S. Daguito.
Senator Cayetano.
Mr. Chair, may I just clarify, ma'am? So basically what you're telling us is that if you testify now and it's on record, may transcript, and since you have a case, baka gamitin laban sa'yo.
Yes, sir.
But if it's an executive session, since we're not going to take records, you're willing to tell all.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, maybe at the proper time we may consider after the senators have raised their questions to the other guests in this hall today.
We will decide that later on. We'll decide that matter later on.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
The
Minority Floor Leader.
The witness is invoking her constitutional right of non-incrimination. So, why should we hear her in executive session? For what purpose? just to know that something happened? We are supposed to investigate in aid of legislation. And these are public investigations. We are not investigating for anything else.
Okay, noted.
Mr. Chair, as a rejoinder.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the reason we want to hear her in, at least myself, Mr. Honorable Minority Leader, is that you cannot enact legislation, whether you repeal, amend, or stick to the law and just exercise our oversight, unless we get the facts straight. And there are times that a witness really does not want to testify in open, and it's up to our discretion whether to hear them in executive session. Number two, this is a very delicate matter because we do not want to damage any banking institution, nor the banking industry. So, you know, if you hear their side, etc., the Senate might win, but the banking institutions might all lose, and the country will lose. So, I want to jump in and also ask Mr. Tan, our bank manager, about real questions about, as the two gentlemen, the two chair have been asking. But the reality is, it might set off a series of events that it's like a toothpaste. You cannot put the toothpaste back into the tube once na lumabas. But as I said, Mr. Chair, I'm willing to listen to everyone first and the questions, and with the permission of the minority leader, without making a decision that we will hear her, just to consider.
I just want to react to the majority floor leader. So, are you saying that we cannot craft a law unless we hear this girl? The experts are here to tell us what is the weakness of the law, isn't it? In fact, we took that up in the last amendment of this law, and I was proposing to exclude the casinos, but then my amendment was not accepted, and there was a proviso inserted to cover the casinos, which I proposed instead, with some safeguards, but it was taken out from the final law that was passed by Congress in the bicameral conference committee. So, what is left to craft now in order to cover a situation like this? So, but the thing is, we are depriving the public to know what's going on. They might suspect that we are covering up for anybody.
Mr. Chair, just on the question of the minority leader, why is it necessary that we hear her? Can we not draft the law or change without it? The conclusion is based on a premise, and you have the wrong premise, you have the wrong conclusion, and we always deal with facts. And if you look at the law, what is a witness? A witness is someone who has personal knowledge and has observed something with their senses. So if it is the branch manager who dealt with these people who opened the account, who now are saying, except for one who's saying his signature is forged, everyone else is saying fictitious, she'll be in the best position to tell us how did this happen, and she'll be in the best position to tell us, was it a conspiracy? Was it a mistake? Is someone involved? That is why I want to hear her out. Now, we heard the military and the AFP and the PNP in executive session, but the public was well informed later on. Having said that, Mr. Chair, maybe later on we can discuss it, and I'm not making a motion yet, Sir. I'm just reacting to the letter of the bank manager and asking that we consider it later on.
I will just make a counter comment. What is the need for this investigation then? All we do is recess this and call her and hear her, if that is the purpose of that we want. Just hear the expert, the lady manager of the branch, in order to know the details of how it happened.
Okay, noted. We will just get to that point later. For now, let me ask Governor Espanilla. in banking practice, when there are withdrawals in a bank, the amounts, if the amounts are large, aren't there levels of authority so that if this is the amount, the branch manager can authorize the withdrawal? But if it's a bigger amount, some officer higher up can authorize the withdrawal, depending on the volume and the hugeness of the amount. Am I correct, sir?
Mr. Chairman, the deposit accounts are the property of the depositor and may withdraw the funds as warranted. But however, those kinds of transactions may also trigger alerts depending on the situation, Mr. Chairman.
As theoretically, would you say $30 million withdrawal in one day is an amount that would trigger what you call an escalating alert, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Governor?
Mr. Chairman, in the normal experience, amounts like that are huge, are large. So it is unusual, Mr. Chairman. So it depends on bank policy. A bank is required under our regulations that implement the anti-money laundering law to establish policy by which certain transactions will raise alerts with respect to the bank. And if triggered, this would require a procedure in terms of how this would be dispensed with, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Sabad, in the course of your investigation, you've been investigating this. Have you not talked to the top management of the bank?
We have not, Your Honor.
You have?
We have not.
You have?
We have not, Your Honor.
You have not. Okay. Okay, so let me get back to Governor Espanilla. Are you telling me that some banks, even at the amounts of $30 million, $20 million, do not have a procedure of having a hierarchy of approvals?
Mr. Chairman, it actually depends on the nature of the customer and the business in terms of how that customer is profiled by the bank. For speaking in general, Mr. Chairman, so an amount that is not characteristic of the particular relationship of a bank with a customer would trigger under because every bank has parameters in terms of what triggers alerts in terms of transactions occurring in a bank.
And would you say if a bank does not have a system of alerts when it comes to amounts up to of 30 million, would be grossly deficient in its checks and balancing system and anti-money laundering system?
Mr. Chairman, if conceptually, if we're talking in the context, $30 million is a big amount in normal business transactions. So every bank is required to have a anti-money laundering or money laundering and terrorist financing prevention policy, which they should implement. Part of that is establishing policy, setting parameters in terms of transaction amounts that would trigger a response in a bank, which would warrant a process of what we call escalation process, wherein more senior people will be called in to clear a transaction.
Senator Espanilla.
In this particular instance, Governor Espanilla, you used the phrase, an amount that is not characteristic of the bank's relationship with the customer. So, siyempre, kung medyo kilala mo na yung customer at alam mo ganito yung volume niya, ganun kalaki, it looks normal when those amounts go in and out. But in this particular instance, this was a $500 deposit that just stayed dormant from the day the account was opened in May 2015. And suddenly, there are deposits to the 4 accounts, one for $6 million, another one for $30 million, another one for 20, and the last one for 25. Now, let's just take one of the accounts. Ito yung $6 million deposited to Michael Cruz. That would trigger. Would that not trigger an escalating approval process within any bank?
Given those kinds of facts, Mr. Chairman, I would say it should trigger an alert. Because, let's say, the account has not really been active. $500.
Yeah, you and I and everybody else should know that it should trigger. But does it trigger? Because this has to do with the rules and regulations that are being disseminated by the Anti-Money Laundering Council.
Mr. Chairman, what every bank actually has a judgment to make in terms of how it would implement its alert.
And you have judgments also, because you did already indicate to the committee that you do have grades for various types of, what do you call it, behavior, your ratings for the efficiency, for the sound programs, for the control of, and for the implementation of the anti-money laundering provisions. So you do have continuous grading of all our banks that are within your regulatory ambit, don't we not?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. We have established a rating system by which we gauge the quality of AML CFT compliance of a bank.
That's why. So if you don't have benchmarks with which to judge them, then you couldn't possibly rate them, could you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So, for example, transactions will have to be conditioned about related to the reasonableness of those transactions given the risk profile of the customer, Mr. Chairman.
So in this particular instance, let's say I have an imaginary depositor who opened an account, $500 US, and a year later deposits $20 million, or a deposit arrives from another country in the amount of $20 million. Would that not trigger?
In that hypothetical case, Mr. Chairman, it should trigger an alert because of the size of the amount.
You're using the verb should.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
It is mandatory. It's not suggestive. You're using should. Should can be used in any of two ways. Dapat naman, that's what should, or kailangan. Must.
Best, Mr. Chairman, because the bank has a decision to make in terms of how to set the parameters of transactions that would trigger an alert, Mr. Chairman. And that's based.
You mean to say you don't have even standards within all your banks or the banks and institutions that you regulate?
It
might be $1 million for one bank, and it might be $20 million for another bank. You do allow that?
Mr. Chairman, the applicable standard would be the transaction should be consistent, commensurate to the nature of the customer.
Kaya nga, sinabi ko sa iyo, I have an account here, it's $500, it's laying dormant for 1 year, suddenly $20 million comes in. You can't give me a namby-pamby answer and saying, well, it depends upon the bank. And I'm talking about the requirements of the Anti-Money Laundering Council.
Regulations, Mr. Chairman, does not set specific amounts. So the regulation basically says that the bank should set triggers that are commensurate to the
Kaya nga,
transaction.
hindi mo kilala yung kliyente. I'll give you an example. This is a guy who has no activity whatsoever with your bank.
So, Mr. Chairman, the triggers there will be the lack of activity, and then suddenly there's a huge influx.
That's right.
And it's also a wire transfer, Mr. Chairman, which is a potentially high-risk transaction. So there are enough elements in your example to trigger an alert.
All right. So this is what happened in this particular case, Miss Bakay, Miss Abad, sorry. This triggered an alert. Was there a suspicious transaction report filed by the RCBC with the Anti-Money Laundering Council on these 4 transactions?
There was, Your Honor.
There was?
There was.
Okay, good. Was there a suspicious transaction report filed by PNB? Is PNB here? I thought I heard. I'm sorry, Maklang? Yes. Filed by PNB when $80 million were all transferred to the account of Mr. William Go.
I believe there was, Your Honor.
I beg your pardon?
I believe there was a suspicious transaction report.
Would you like to
filed by-
confirm that with
by-
your office and have them inform the committee, please?
I was informed there was, Your Honor.
There was.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, confirm this because let's do some of our homework, no? On February 5, Friday, the account of La Grosas transferred $22 million to the account of Mr. Go. Is that correct? February 5. These are figures you gave the committee in an earlier meeting, and I just want to read them or spread them into the record of the committee during this hearing. $22 million, February 5, La Grosas to Go.
I confirm, Your Honor, that there was a transfer, or there was a withdrawal in the account of Mr. Lagrosas on February 5, 2016 in the amount of $22,735,000 US dollars.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Then on the next business day, on February 9, there were several transfers, all to the account of Mr. William Go. One from La Grosas in the amount of $7,236,000 and change dollars. Correct?
That is what we discovered, Your Honor.
And then another one in the amount of $5,985,000 and change from the account of Mr. Michael Cruz to the account of Mr. Go. Correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Then, on the same day, another transfer in the amount of $9,760,000 from the account of Mr. Enrico Vasquez to Mr. Go's account. Correct?
So what we discovered, Your Honor.
Thank you. Then, on the same day, the amount of $15,215,000 from the account of Vasquez to the account of Mr. Go, correct?
That amount, Your Honor, based on our investigation, was transferred from the account of Enrico Vasquez to the account of Philrem, Your Honor.
Oh, to Philrem, not to Mr. Go.
Not to Mr. Go, Your Honor.
What did you say? Philrem or Go?
To Philrem, Your Honor.
Thank you. Then finally, the amount of $19,951,000 from the account of Mr. Alfredo Vergara to Mr. Go or PhilRem?
We found out, Your Honor, that on February 9, 2016, there was a withdrawal in the account of Mr. Alfred Vergara in the amount of $951,502.13 US. And on the same date, there was a credit or a deposit to the account of Mr. William Sogo in the same amount, Your Honor.
All right.
I'd just like to point out that on February 9, all these amounts that you mentioned were withdrawn on February 9. And the stop payment request was already there in the morning of February 9. And yet all these millions of dollars were withdrawn. Had the stop payment request been honored, then $58 million of the $81 million would have been preserved and would have not gone astray.
Okay. All right. So all these amounts that we read to you amounted to about $80 million, $81 million, correct?
More or less, yes, Your Honor.
More or less, yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just a clarification on that. How much went to the accounts of William Go and how much went to PhilRem?
Everything went to William Go except PhilRem. These, I'm talking about the first tranches, not everything went to the account of Mr. Go except the $15 million from Vasquez, which went to
Yes, so
PhilRem.
65 went to Go and 15 went to PhilRem.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Now let me ask PhilRem. Mrs. Bautista, the $15 million that you received from Mr. Vasquez, to whom did you remit that?
Your Honor, may I make a statement about our company?
No,
Before
just
I
answer the
answer?
question. Just answer the question first. I'll let you make the statement later.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Repeat. Okay, the question is, our records show on February 9, the amount of $15,215,000 and change was remitted from the Vasquez account, Enrico Vasquez, to PhilRem.
Can I say the amount? Your Honor, $15 million was sold to our...
$15
Yes. It was exchanged through the RCBC Treasury.
No. I'm just asking if you received it.
Ah, yes.
Okay? All right.
Through RCBC, yeah.
Yes, it's through RCBC.
Yes.
Now, on February 5, Mr. Go
February 5?
remitted $500,000 to PhilRem.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then on February 5 again, Mr. Go remitted $14,200,000 to PhilRem.
Your Honor, upon advice of counsel, I don't think I can disclose any details of the transaction.
Why, you're not subject to the bank secrecy law, are you?
No,
Are you a bank?
No, we are not.
All right.
We have been referred to Section 9C of the Anti-Money Laundering Act, which reads, when reporting covered or suspicious transaction to the AMLC, covered persons and their officers and employees are prohibited from communicating directly or indirectly in any manner or by any means to any person or entity, the media, the fact that a covered or suspicious transaction has been reported, the contents of the report or any other information in relation thereto. Neither may such reporting be published or aired in any manner or form by the mass media, electronic mail, or other similar devices. In case of violation thereof, the concerned officer and employee of the covered person and media shall be held criminally liable.
Okay.
And we've already reported
Well,
the incident.
Was this a suspicious transaction? And if it was, why did you accept the money?
Your Honor, this transaction came from the branch of RCBC. RCBC, of which I've been dealing with for the last 18 years.
No, you just read a provision in the law
Yeah.
that prohibits anybody from talking about any suspicious transaction.
Yes,
but at
yes,
that
Your
time,
Honor.
this was not a subject of a suspicious transaction report.
No, but Your Honor, we already filed our suspicious transaction report.
But you still got the money.
Huh?
You received the money, 15,250,000.
But this is already, Your Honor, this is already part of the Section 9 Money Laundering Act. I may not, 9C.
You what?
This is already part of the Section 9C of the Anti-Money Laundering Act.
I'm asking you if you received this money from Mr. Go. It can't have disappeared into thin air.
We respectfully invoke the anti-money laundering provision under 9C.
Ms. Bautista, let's not talk about the bank accounts. Sige na. Muna, ha? Let's not go into that muna. Let's talk about your delivering cash, 600 million pesos, to a certain, what's the name again? Waikangsu. We're not talking about an account. There's no deposit here. It is physical giving of cash to a person, 600 million. Okay? You delivered it between February 5 to 13. Am I correct?
Your Honor, I have to respect and honor the Section 9C of the anti-money laundering.
It's not part of a deposit. I'm just talking about you're delivering it to a certain Waikangsu.
But it is part of the report that we made to anti-money laundering.
You are saying that if you file a suspicious transaction report, that protects you from ever giving information? Gee, I would file a suspicious transaction report on every deposit I make so that I don't have to answer anybody's questions.
No, Your Honor, but we would like to cooperate with...
No, you're not cooperating. Come on. All right, let me ask you some harder questions. I will read this for the record and you can deny it. On February 5, Mr. Go remitted $500,000 to Philrem. On February 5, Mr. Go remitted also $14,200,000 to Philrem. On February 9, Mr. Go remitted $15,215,000 to Philrem. On February 10, Mr. Go remitted $17,968,000 to Philrem. On February 9, Mr. Go withdrew and redeposited in his account $13 million. Also on February 9, Mr. Go withdrew and redeposited in another account $20 million. Then on February 10, on the very same day, a day later, Philrem remitted to the account of Eastern Hawaii 500 million pesos. So you changed the dollars into pesos, no? Yeah.
We remitted
500 million PhilRem to Eastern Hawaii, then another 500 million on the same day from PhilRem to
Your Honor,
Eastern Hawaii.
we are a remittance company.
That's right. Very
so we
good.
remitted the funds.
So it's not against the law for you. All right. On February 5, 130 million pesos from PhilRem to Bloomberry. Correct? On February 5, another 200 million pesos from PhilRem to Bloomberry. On February 5, 100 million pesos from PhilRem to Bloomberry. And another transaction on February 5, 135 million pesos from PhilRem to Bloomberry. Correct?
Please verbally acknowledge.
You'll have to speak up so that your response can be recorded.
We remitted the funds, Your Honor.
In those tranches.
The tranches that Senator Espanilla said.
130, 200, 100, 135, more or less, no? Okay.
With the permission of Senator Espanilla, just a clarification, single question. Are we saying here that based on the questions, $81 million also went through PhilRem? Earlier we mentioned that it would appear that 65 went to William Go, 15 went to PhilRem. Now the 65 that went to William Go all went to PhilRem.
To be exchanged into pesos.
Yes, and therefore $81 million all went to PhilRem.
Yes. Yes.
And Ms. Salud also mentioned earlier that the 65 million was changed with the RCBC as well. Is that correct?
Part of it, yeah.
Well, can we listen to just that question? Yeah. Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Bautista.
Part of it went to RCBC Treasury, and the others were delivered.
Okay, so except for the cash that you delivered, part of it went back to RCBC?
Yes, Your
The
Honor.
dollars?
Yes,
and in
Your
exchange,
Honor.
you got the pesos for it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Then on February 9, 8 million pesos from PhilRem to Bloomberry. On February 10, 8 million lang. From February 10, 200 million also from PhilRem to Bloomberry. 210 million, 100 million, 100 million, 190 million. Correct, more or less?
More or less, Your Honor.
Then there were two strange transactions because these were cash. You delivered 600 million pesos in cash. Cash. From to a Mr. Y. Kang Su at Soler. Do you know a Mr. Y. Kang Su?
Your Honor, he's the beneficiary of the remittance.
Yeah, so you know him. I mean, you know, when you're delivering 600 million in cash, I better know that it's the right guy.
Your Honor, it's not in one
alam ko, but
delivery.
I'm asking,
Yes, it
you
was
know, and you confirmed that Mr. Y. Kang Su is indeed Mr. Y. Kang Su. Right? You asked for his passport, you asked for his... Yeah?
Verbal response.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good. Who gave you the instructions to deliver it to Mr. Y. Kang Su?
The branch manager.
The branch manager. Good. Do you confirm this, Ms. Daguito?
Sir, I will answer everything in the executive session when granted.
Do you know Mr. Y. Kang Su?
No.
You instructed somebody to deliver 600 million pesos in cash to somebody you don't know. Can you deliver it to me next time so that... if you're very cavalier with the recipients of such huge amount, then there's another transaction which is even more curious. $18 million in cash, in dollars, was delivered by PhilRem to Mr. Y. Kang Su. Do you remember that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is it possible to get $18 million in cash?
Your Honor, it is, yes, Your Honor, and it is not in a period of one time.
What was
in
the
a-
period?
It was between,
5 to 13, no?
yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
You were the one who delivered, Miss Bautista?
In the beginning, yes, Your Honor.
And the end, who was delivering?
It was our delivery men.
Pero pinakilala mo na sa kay Wai Kang Su.
Yes, Your Honor.
Could anybody here answer the question who knows Mr. Wai Kang Su? Is there a representative from Soler? Is there a Soler representative here?
Please identify yourself again, please.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm Attorney Benny Tan, Corporate Secretary of Soler. Mr. Wai Kang Shu, I believe Your Honor is a junket player, junket agent.
All right. And you've had dealings with him for a long time. Now, of course you don't know that this money was taken from the bank account of the Bangladesh government.
No, Your Honor.
All right. But he is normally a recipient of such huge amounts because he operates junkets. So it's understandable.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. But would Mr. Wai Kang Su also be part of a syndicate that involved in money laundering?
We do not know that, Your Honor.
You've never had any suspicion about that,
huh? No, Your Honor.
Why would he ask for cash if these were supposedly for, what do you call that? What's the term for it?
Front
Dead
money.
chips? Dead
chip.
Dead. Anong term ginagamit yan? Yung hindi mo makash?
Non-cashable chips, Your
All
Honor.
right.
We are not privy to the cash transaction of...
No, I'm
the
just asking you a
gentleman.
hypothetical question. Hypothetical lang. Why is it not normally just remitted to the bank account like all the others were, no? Ito naman, dollars at cash. It's an incredible amount of money.
We don't know the answer, Your Honor. We're not privy to the transaction.
Yes, because, it's also our information that the standard commission for money laundering is about 30%.
We don't know that, Your Honor.
You don't know that?
No, Your Honor.
Shucks. Now you know. Okay? No, it's big money. It's big money. Here you're talking about, $80 million. 30% of that is about $24 million. All of us here were in the wrong business. We already have a very strict bank secrecy law, a very strict, very weak AMLA. So money laundering is the new way for the entrepreneurs of this country to go. That's 30%. So I'm curious, 600 million pesos in cash and $18 million in cash also paid to one person, Mr. Wai Kang Su.
We are not aware of that transaction, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have a way of finding out if this is accurate or not through your records? We'd like to know if Mr. Wai Kang Su actually used this for his junketeers on those dates, February 5 to 13.
We will verify from the records, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Just a clarification with the permission of Senator Espanilla. Earlier, there was testimony of how much money was wired to the casinos. Of the $81 million, how much money was wired through the bank account of the casinos? Ms. Bautista, would you know that? If it did come from PhilRem?
Ms. Bautista?
I just gave it.
Yeah, that's why I just wanted to put on record officially the total amounts. It would appear to me that something like 60 million went into the casinos. Is that correct?
Yeah, more.
Could we?
I'm,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. 20, more or less, $29 million worth went to the casino of Soler.
Okay.
And $21 million worth went to the Eastern Hawaii Casino.
There's an Eastern Hawaiian casino?
No. May you mean Eastern Hawaii Company?
Yes.
Which
Yes,
is,
Your
which is
Honor.
the company of the missing fellow here today,
I don't know, Your
Kim Wong.
Honor.
Eastern Hawaii Leisure Company.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So is that a casino? The $21 million?
I'm not aware.
Okay. So
Your
again,
Honor.
so 29 went into a casino. That's for sure. The balance, where did it go? 21 went to that Eastern company.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and then the other balance, the 30,
Went to the cash, to Wei Kang
did
Su.
not go to a casino, went to cash.
Yes, Your Honor.
So of the 81, what is established is 29 went into a casino. And we're not sure of the 51, if that went into a casino.
May I interject?
Yes, please.
Eastern Hawaiian is a company, it's not a casino.
Yes, precisely. Okay.
Wait lang.
Okay, so 29 lang ang casino so far. Okay, thank you.
Kulang pa ng 30. Meron pang 30.
30, there was a testimony that that is the cash that went to that Wei Kang Shu. That's correct, right? Could we have a copy? Would the immigration officials have a copy of his passport? What does Wei Kang Shu look like?
We have a Xerox copy of his front cover of his passport.
Yes, and
We will be writing the
administratively,
immigration.
Yes, with the permission of the chair. Could we have a copy of the report of the AMLA? All those transactions mentioned earlier. Could all the members of the committee, or at least my office, be furnished a copy of for all these transfers?
We got this information from the petition of the AMLA for the freeze order in the Court of Appeals.
Yes. Can we have a copy of this petition from the AMLA? That the committee members be furnished all this information.
Yes, we can furnish you copies of the petition for freeze that was filed before the Court of Appeals, Your Honor.
And any additional information.
Okay. Ms. Salud,
Thank you.
Ms. Bautista, yes. What exactly would the branch manager tell you when you gave these accounts to, when you sent these accounts to the several entities?
Your Honor, we were instructed to remit the funds to the other bank and to deliver the cash
Okay.
to its beneficiary.
You didn't ask any questions. Could you recall what was your conversation? Go ahead. Take your time. Go ahead.
Sorry, Your Honor, can you repeat the question?
What was your conversation when the branch manager told you to remit all these millions of dollars to the accounts?
Your Honor, it's like a regular remittance for us.
Okay.
Because we are a remittance company, so we get instructions from the sender where to bring the funds for its beneficiaries.
Okay. So these amounts were not suspiciously alarming to you. It's a regular course of business to you.
Yes, Your Honor, it's a regular course of business for us.
How long have you had business with the RCBC Jupiter branch?
I've had business with the RCBC Jupiter branch for a couple of years now.
More or less, how long?
In the branch, around 5 years.
And in all that time, it was Miss Daguito that you dealt with?
Yes, Your Honor. Or maybe 3 years. I cannot recall. Maybe 3 to 5 years.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just on your point, can we ask them what their fee was for all these transactions?
You heard the question, Ms. Bautista?
Sorry, may I?
Mr. Chair, with your indulgence,
What's your fee?
What was the fee for all? Because these are huge amounts. These are billions of pesos, Mr. Chair. So, what was the fee, and what's the usual fee in this line of business, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, you know, in the remittance business, we actually charge a flat rate per transaction. But depending on the type of service that we are going to give, so more or less, you will laugh, but it's 50 pesos per transaction.
150 pesos from these transactions?
No, Your Honor, on a regular course of transactions that we have for OFW.
Well, how many transactions did 81 million entail, Mr. Chair?
Ms. Salud, you've delivered 600 million pesos in cash, 18 million pesos in dollars, and you're saying 50 pesos lang na charge yung kita mo doon? Ang sinarge mo?
Because our transaction was a remittance transaction.
Yun nga. So, 50 pesos lang. So, dalawang 50 pesos, 100 pesos yung sinarge mo doon. Dalawang transaction.
Ganun talaga yun.
Mr. Chair, can we hear verbal rather than a nodding of the head? Because for the
Yes, Ms. Salud, please give us a
Yes,
vote.
Your Honor, yes.
So, 100 pesos. For 600 million pesos delivery and $18 million delivery.
But, Your Honor, it was not a one-time transaction. It was several times.
So, how many times, all in all? So, number of times 50 pesos. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, kung yung kunyari, yung 600 million na dineliver mo was from February 5 to 13. Sabihin mo ng 10 times, 10 deliveries, so 10 times 50 pesos, 500 pesos.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Chair, just to follow up to your question,
Go ahead,
Mr. Chair.
sir.
What was the total amount billed to regarding the $81 million, all related amounts? 500 hubang ang tinanggap ninyo? Hindi po 500, magkano po, Mr. Chair?
And Mr. Chairman, sino nagbayad sa inyo?
It is possible that she might be incriminating herself with Kim Hanares. So we might have to go into executive session for.
We'd like to acknowledge the arrival of Senator Cynthia Villar. Good afternoon, ma'am. Who asked the question?
Pending question, Mr.
Yes.
Chair. We're waiting for the response.
What's the question again?
The question is, 500 pesos lang po ba ang kinita ng PhilRem dito sa mga transaction na
Okay,
to
so
na
the question
related?
is, how much?
At kung hindi 500, ano po yung total?
Okay. Please answer the question. Ms. Salud.
Your Honor, may I get back to you on that question when I've checked my records?
Siguro sa total, just in your recollection, I'm not asking for an exact figure, at saka wala na hong penalty kung mali yung sagot ninyo. But just, was it daan ba ho to? Libo? Daang libo? 10,000?
May I help out there? They're money changers, and they make their spread. What's your spread here? About 50 centavos per dollar, or what?
Your Honor, we are a remittance company.
You exchanged $81 million into pesos, less 18 million that you delivered in cash.
We exchanged funds in order for us to be able to
No, I'm not
deliver
asking the reason.
pesos.
I'm asking
and
what was the
dollars.
rate? What was the rate at which you exchanged it? What did you charge for exchanging it?
But we are not a foreign exchange company, Your Honor. We are a
It
remittance
doesn't matter
company.
what you are. How much did you charge to do the exchange?
But we don't exchange.
So you
We're
don't
not a
owe-
foreign exchange company, Your Honor. We are a remittance company.
Binigay sa inyo dollars.
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
then you changed it into pesos.
RCBC. Through RCBC
So
Treasury.
it was RCBC. Will you confirm that RCBC? Because I understand not all was RCBC. RCBC only exchanged a small portion, the treasury of RCBC. How much did RCBC exchange? And I'm talking about a dollar peso for an exchange transaction. So I don't suppose.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
I understand your standard is about 50 centavos per dollar.
I don't have the
No? You mean you will exchange $81 million for free?
Go ahead.
Yes?
Your Honor, I believe that they exchanged about $66 million with
That's
RCBC
right.
Treasury.
All right. And of course, you made your spread, but you don't know what their spread was.
Your Honor, we made a very minimal spread. We don't know what the spread of PhilRem was. Yes, we agree. But RCBC Treasury made a very minimal spread.
What is minimal to RCBC?
Total about 2 million pesos.
What's that in terms of centavos per dollar? Normally, you have
Less than 1
a
cent.
standard 27 centavos
Less than a
per
cent, Your Honor.
Less than 1 U.S.
Less
cent.
than 1 cent.
1 U.S. cent
Less.
per dollar. So times 47, that's
It's about 2 million.
47 centavos, about 50 centavos per dollar. That's what I said earlier. Diba? Okay. And they probably charge another 50 centavos.
We have no idea, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. God, do you know Miss Bautista?
I don't know her, sir.
You've never met her?
I never met her.
But she was taking funds out of your account and giving them to Soler and to Mr. Y. Kang Chu. You didn't give them authority to do that.
Your Honor, with your permission, can I read an opening statement?
Yes, certainly.
Okay, thank
And
you.
remind me later. I'm going to let you read your opening statement also. We all are...
Good afternoon po, Your Honors. Ako po si William Sogo. Ako po ay isang negosyante dito sa Pilipinas since 1973. At present, I'm the sole proprietor of Century Text Trading, isang brokerage business and accredited ng Bureau of Customs. Nandito po ako ngayon because of your invitation, which I received yesterday, 14 of March 2016. I'm here to testify based sa aking kaalaman sa isyong money laundering kung saan nadami ang aking pangalan. Nabasa ko sa news na ako at ang aking mga negosyo ay kasali daw sa mga transaksyon tungkol sa pagpasok ng Pilipinas ng $81 million na ninakaw daw mula sa isang account ng Bangladesh Bank. Meron daw akong mga bank account sa Rizal Commercial Banking Corporation o RCBC, Jupiter Street Branch sa Makati, kung saan ipinasok ang malaking pera na ito bago ito pinakonvert to Philippine peso ng PhilRem. I strongly deny these allegations. Wala pong katotohanan ang mga paratang na ito. I never opened an account with RCBC Jupiter Branch. Kahit kailan ay hindi din po ako pumunta sa branch na yon ng RCBC. Hindi din po ako nag-authorize kahit kanino to open an account under my name in RCBC Jupiter. My signature sa mga fake accounts na to ay obviously forged. Nakpadala na po ang aking mga abogado ng letter sa RCBC demanding for an explanation kung bakit may mga accounts na nakapangalan sa akin na nabuksan at nagamit sa issue na to. Hiningi rin ng aking mga abogado yung mga bank documents na ginamit sa scam na to. Nung Friday, my lawyers received RCBC's reply letter kung saan sinasabi ng bangko na it is not yet in the position to address my demands as it is still conducting ang investigation on the matter. Humingi na rin kami ng tulong sa National Bureau of Investigation, NBI, para imbestigahan ang mga bogus RCBC accounts. At yung mga illegal transactions dito, hopefully the persons behind this scandal will be held accountable. Gusto ko lamang po na linisin ang pangalan ko sa issue na to. Nadami lang po ako dito. Simula nang pumutok ang issue na to ay nahirapan na po ako maghanap buhay dahil pati mga totoong accounts ko na sa ibang bangko ay nasama din sa freeze order na issue ng Court of Appeals. Dahil na din po sa issue na to ay nasira ang pangalan ko na more than 40 cases ko pang pinaghirapan. I will assist this honorable tribunal and the authorities sa abot ng aking makakaya at kaalaman para ilabas ang katotohanan sa issue na to at para managot ang dapat managot. I will fully cooperate with any investigation on this issue. Maraming salamat po, Your Honor.
Thank you. Kayo may-ari ng Century Text Trading.
Opo, Your Honor.
At ito po yung isang account na binuksan sa Jupiter branch ng RCBC.
Yun ang allegation. Hindi ko po alam yon.
Alright. So therefore, sino nagbibigay ng instruction sa PhilRem?
Hindi ko po alam yun.
On behalf of Century Text Trading, because under the law, these are the deposits of Century Text, no?
Hindi ko po alam dahil alam ko wala akong account sa RCBC po.
Yeah. Alright. PhilRem, do you know Philippine Golden Realty Development Corp? You, on February 9, you remitted 35.9 million pesos to them. Philippine Golden Realty Development. Why don't you write that down and...
Yes, Your Honor, I will check my records on that company.
Now, also, wait. You used at least 3 banks to undertake foreign exchange in this particular group of transactions. BDO, 1 billion, correct? Metrobank, 575 million, and Security Bank, 50 million. Can you tell us?
Your Honor, what is the question?
I don't know if these are deposits or yes, these are pesos. Did you have any dealings with the BDO, Metrobank, or Security Bank with regards to this giant transaction of $81 million?
I have to check my records, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, so we'll save that for the next hearing. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Tan. It was alleged that the account, the so-called alleged account of Mr. Go, which on record he denies, no, it was opened on February 1. Okay. Do you have CCTV footages of that day? Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. No, we did not have any CCTV footage in that day, and as this is not covered by bank secrecy, we are open to discuss it. It was reported that the camera was destroyed or not functioning on February 4, and
No, wait, excuse me. I said February 1.
we cannot discuss, sir, with respect to any account.
No, I'm talking the CCTV.
The CCTV was functioning
On February 1. Because if it was opened by somebody claiming to be William Go, then you would see who that person was on your CCTV, correct?
Yes, sir.
So would you make that, could you make that investigation?
Yes, sir, we may. We may.
Yeah.
If they have a copy of the footages, Mr. Chairman.
Would you be able to give us a copy of the footages of that day?
Your Honor, I could say that on February 1, we reviewed the CCTV, and from our review, because the camera was still functioning at that time, I did not see Mr. Go in the branch at that time.
So
For the
Mr. Go was
February
not
1
there
day,
to open the account?
For the February 1 CCTV, I did not see this gentleman in the footage, Your Honor.
Okay, then. Let's proceed now to the February, the alleged, no, not the alleged. Factually, it was destroyed on February. When was it not functioning?
Well, the report was sent by the branch that it was not functioning on February 4. So they sent out a request for repair, but the repair was made on February 10, if I'm not mistaken. February 9 in the afternoon, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We have written the AMLC, and we have expressed this, that the CCTV was destroyed, and we are looking into the matter because we view it, of course, the circumstances as being suspicious.
Mr. Chairman, just one question.
Senator Recto.
With the permission of the chair. With the AMLA, just a question, a brief question, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned earlier that how many accounts have been frozen? 7 accounts or 7 persons' accounts have been frozen by AMLA. There's a freeze order.
Just in relation to this.
Yes, yeah. Just in relation to the $81 million.
Well, as far as the petition for freeze order that was filed with the Court of Appeals, there were 8 accounts that we identified in the petition. However, when the freeze order was issued by the Court of Appeals and when it was implemented by the concerned banks, there were more accounts that were frozen, which the banks considered as related accounts.
Is it possible to furnish the committee with a copy of these accounts? So it is not only the account of Mr. Cruz, Lagrosas, Vergara, Vasquez, Go, Century Tex Trading, and Kam Sing Wong. Not only their accounts.
That's correct, Your Honor.
There are more accounts.
There are more accounts.
Any accounts of PhilRem as well? Did you apply?
I recall that there were accounts of PhilRem that were frozen, Your Honor.
Also,
Yes, Your Honor.
which you requested.
No, the account of PhilRem was not included in the petition for freeze order, but the same was frozen as related account by the concerned bank. Your
When you
Honor.
say related accounts, kung saan dumaan yung 81 million?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I think Ms. Salud wanted to...
Ms. Bautista, you're recognized.
Your Honor, can I just make my statement for my company? Is it okay?
Up to the chair.
Okay, it's up to you.
Okay. Your Honor, PhilRem is a licensed remittance company that has been in business for close to 2 decades, with operations covering North America, Europe, Middle East, Asia, and Australia. We specialize in the delivery and transfer of funds, like Western Union, PetNet, together with our partner banks, such as RCBC, BDO, Metrobank, BPI, DBP Land Bank, and other globally recognized leaders in the finance industry. We serve the OFW community, companies, private individuals, and institutions. Sir, with regards to, can I just make my statement because I feel that the only bank that actually closed my account is RCBC.
Is that good or bad?
That's bad,
Bad.
Your Honor.
The president is.
Number two, when they closed our account,
But what does it mean that they closed your account? They asked you to withdraw your money?
no, they did not ask me to withdraw my money. They just closed my account, and they told me that they were going to give me a manager's check. At that, to date,
And when was this?
this was March. No, they closed my account March 1, and they told me that they were going to give me my manager's check, but they couldn't answer me. In the afternoon, they said they cannot release my manager's check. And then the next day, March 2, when I called them, I asked what was the reason why you cannot release the manager's check. These are personal accounts of ours. It's not even under the account of PhilRem. It's under my personal account and my other company's account.
So it's now subject to a freeze order.
It's not subject to a freeze order. They unilaterally closed all our accounts
Okay.
without reason, and two, they're saying they are seeking, they wrote Court of Appeals, and they're seeking their,
Ito na yung freeze order siguro. And they're seeking?
I'm sorry.
Please continue.
yeah, they're asking them if it's correct that they did this to all our accounts. May I mention one more thing, Your Honor? They actually returned my check, which was funded Monday night.
What does that mean?
I do not know, Your Honor.
What do you mean by returned?
They returned my check. When I issued the check on a Monday, operations will say
Drawing on that
drawing
account.
on, not on PhilRem's account, on my other company's account.
Yes, the one that they closed.
Yes. When I
Tumalbog yung cheque mo. in other
Oo,
words.
tumalbog ho. Tapos, nilagyan nila frozen.
So
That's
ito na
why
yung freeze order
it
siguro.
actually led to the, I don't know, demise of my company's issues with all the banks right now.
So you're not aware if there's a freeze order. That's what you're saying.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And then just to follow up on this, with the permission of the chair. RCBC, is there a freeze order in the account?
Your Honor, we cannot discuss even if we would like to very much. But I could give in theory. And anyway, Attorney Abad has answered that the freeze order did not cover the PhilRem accounts, at least in the freeze order itself. Because if it did, and I'm just speaking legally and not in terms of any specifics, if it did, then their personal accounts would also be covered. So that's the import of not being in the freeze order. I'm not sure how the closure of their accounts relates to this discussion.
Okay, got it. Okay.
I'm not sure if
Yeah.
there's a
Ms.
question on
Abad,
that.
so how many accounts have been frozen? Total number of accounts now.
I think there are around 44 accounts, Your Honor.
44 accounts. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. I have one question for RCBC, Mr. Tan. I'm not talking about any account, okay? I'm talking about policy in general of your bank. Does your bank have levels of authority when it comes to withdrawals in branches?
As a general policy, Your Honor, when funds are in an account, they are withdrawable at will by the depositor.
By at will, you mean whatever the amounts, you just tell me, whatever the amounts are, the depositor can withdraw
They can, yes.
without and the bank manager does not need any higher up authorization because the amount is large.
That's right, Your Honor.
And even if the amount is unusually large, there is no need to get authorization from higher authority.
That is the reality, Your Honor, yes.
Just a clarification, with the permission of the Chair.
Yes, Senator Recto.
Yes, I was reminded of the testimony earlier by the President, Mr. Tan, no? He mentioned earlier in his statement that this $81 million did not go through the head office and it went directly to the branch, the Jupiter branch. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I can talk about the general procedures of the bank. I cannot talk about this specific transaction, but it's straight through processing, funds enter a dollar account, right? If then there's some human judgment that goes in. If they find it, a bit unusual, there's an internal freeze, but the branch management is given time to report to their superiors why this account should be released, right? I hope you understand that in general commerce, you just cannot freeze funds, right? Because customers have settlements to do. Like if someone were to buy stocks or bonds, they have settlement dates, no? And if we freeze accounts and try to get approvals, we may affect their business, no? The way it's done in global banks today, they now buy cognitive systems or artificial intelligence that looks at average transactions of clients. Because if you place a limit, the tendency is to go below the limit. If you remember when AMLA was introduced, the limit was $10,000. So the money launderers were remitting $9,999 20 times, right? And so banks had to introduce computer programs to look at unusual activities, common addresses, going below the limits. If we were to introduce limits, they will just go below that so that it's not in the radar
No,
screen.
I understand that. The question is, you had an opening statement earlier, and if I remember correctly, because I took down some notes, you mentioned something to the effect that these funds did not go through Treasury, did not go through the head office. It went straight to the branch, Jupiter branch. And that the import of which is that the discretion now was with the branch manager.
I believe my statement, Your Honor,
yes.
The funds went to a dollar account. In general, no? I'm sorry, I cannot speak about this specific transaction, right?
But I think you did in your opening statement earlier.
No, he did not. No, I did not, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
But okay, in practice, procedurally,
right?
Something of this magnitude from the U.S., from this corresponding Wells Fargo, because this money came from an intermediary bank, Wells Fargo, New York, Bank of New York, Mellon, Wells Fargo, New York, Citibank. Okay? $81 million went to the Philippines. Does it go straight to would it go to an account in a branch, or will it go first to the head office?
Again,
hypothetically.
Yes, hypothetically,
okay.
Your Honor, while you're sleeping, if you have a dollar account,
okay,
money will go into your account.
Okay.
The bank has no right to debit your account. The bank can only freeze it if they have a court order. That's
Okay.
the reality, Your Honor.
Okay.
And we're given 10 days to submit an STR report. Even when you tag it
When you say STR, what does that mean?
a suspicious transaction report,
Okay.
right? So
You're given 10 days.
So you apply human judgment, someone tags it STR, even that STR under regulations must be decided by a committee because you don't want to wrongly accuse a depositor, right?
Okay.
So that committee meets once a week, goes there, decides whether it's
That
STR.
committee is a committee in the in the branch?
It's a committee of the head office, Your
Okay.
Honor, and it's comprised normally of most of the business heads. They decide if it's STR. STR is now submitted.
Who are the business heads?
Can you?
May I answer that, Your
Yes, please,
Honor?
yes.
These would be the group heads. So
When you say group head, who are you referring to?
the head of the controller, for example, the
What
head
does he
of
do? What does
he's like the CFO. Like
Okay,
the CFO.
got it. Okay.
The head of
So
the
for every account, the CFO is involved?
for the filing, for the determination if a suspicious transaction report should be filed.
Okay.
Your Honor, this is a board committee composed of the heads of each group of our bank. So the head of legal and regulatory affairs, that's me. I'm part of
Okay.
the group.
Okay.
Our compliance is part of the group.
Okay.
Our controller is part. The head of our retail banking group is part, and the head of our operations group is part.
Okay.
So it's a
So
very
they go to every
senior group.
branch. They go to every branch.
We review the transactions which the AML department initially determines to be potentially suspicious.
Okay.
We discuss, we look at all the records, and we determine if the suspicious transaction report should be filed.
Okay.
We do this every week, Your Honor.
Okay. And were there STR reports filed?
Your Honor, we are not
You're
allowed,
not allowed
to discuss
it at
specifics
this
on
point
this.
in time. Okay. What is the procedure if, for example, there is a stop payment request from a foreign bank? Procedurally, what is the procedure for that?
Well, legally, Your Honor, the situation is the account holder where the amounts are credited is already legally the owner of the funds.
Correct.
So the branch, if once they're informed of the stop payment order, should issue a post-no debit order and determine what the basis of this stop payment order is. But we do not have...
And that order is submitted where?
It's determined internally, Your Honor. The post-no debit order is advised to the entire branch so that they will not allow any withdrawals. This is a very temporary order.
Okay, so the head office tells the branch.
No, Your Honor.
Oh.
Theoretically or in
Theoretically,
procedure,
ah.
if we receive a stop payment order, the settlements department will receive this and will email the same to the branch. And procedurally, the branch manager should make a post-no debit order, which is within the branch. It's a temporary order and is just sufficient to allow the branch to determine if there is basis for this, to inform ourselves.
Okay. Was this procedure followed?
Your Honor, we apologize, but because of the numerous secrecy laws that are in place, we are unable to answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there is a procedure.
Yes, Your
to
Honor.
stop
Yes, Your Honor.
payment.
Yes.
Okay. And what you say is that you cannot inform the committee.
We
if
cannot,
the-
Your Honor,
if the
but
procedure was followed.
we cannot, Your Honor, but procedurally and by essence and nature of what a bank is, the implementation will be at the branch level.
Okay.
Because they are the ones where customers go and where customers
Okay.
withdraw.
When were you informed by AMLA naman that there was a problem?
I believe, Your Honor, we cannot say anything
Okay.
with
Maybe I should
respect to any
find out from
account,
AMLA.
yeah.
AMLA, Miss Julia Abad, when did you inform RCBC that there was a problem?
I remember, Your Honor, that it was on February 11 when we received a call from the governor of the Central Bank of Bangladesh seeking assistance for us to freeze the stolen funds. That
Okay.
we immediately I think it was already around 7:30 in the evening that I tried to reach out to the RCBC officials and inform them that we received this request from the Central Bank of Bangladesh.
And then what happened?
I
When you
understand-
informed the RCBC officials, what happened next?
Well,
On February 11.
I was informed that they're doing, they're looking to the matter, and that, that's what I recall, that they were already looking into the matter.
So how did you communicate with them? Verbally, through documentation?
On that, night of February 11, I just called the office of the compliance officer of RCBC.
Okay.
It was around 7:30 in the evening, Your Honor.
Are they required to report to you every day, February 12, 13, 14, to update you on, to give you any updates with regard to the funds?
I can't recall the exact dates that they submitted suspicious transaction reports on these transactions, but under the law, they have 10 working days within which to submit STRs on any suspicious transactions.
Did they submit STRs to you?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Within the 10-day period?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Okay. And did they inform you that the funds have all been withdrawn?
There was no information.
No information. When did you find out that the funds were already withdrawn?
When we conducted our initial investigation, Your Honor.
And when did you start conducting the initial investigation?
Immediately after we received that call from the Central Bank of Bangladesh, we conducted our initial investigation.
So again, when did you find out that the funds were withdrawn? What date?
I can't recall the exact date, Your Honor, but based on what we have, based on our database, we check if there are any transactions, and then we filed the appropriate application for bank inquiry to authorize us to examine the subject bank accounts, Your Honor.
When did you do that?
We filed the ex parte application for bank inquiry on March 1, 2016, Your Honor.
So medyo delayed na.
Because we had to conduct an initial investigation, Your Honor. When we file an application for bank inquiry, we have to support our application for bank inquiry to convince the court that indeed the subject bank accounts are related to an unlawful activity. And we cannot just put there in the petition or in the application bare allegations. We have to support this with evidence. That's why there's a need
precisely, I'm
to
getting into this, no? Is there anything that Congress can do para next time mas mabilis yung galaw ng AMLA, for example, in such a situation? Kasi March 1 na sinabihan kayo February 11 by a counterpart central bank. Di ba?
Because
Bank of Bangladesh.
Yes, Your Honor. We also have to follow some procedure, Your Honor. We have, as I've said, we have to the Secretariat conducted an initial investigation, and then we have to submit our recommendation to the Council.
So there's nothing Congress can do to hasten that process. Talagang mahirap yung trabaho ninyo, and it takes time.
It's definitely difficult, Your Honor.
Okay. So there's nothing Congress can do as far as that is concerned. Were you in communication with the central bank governor?
After we received that call on February 11, Your Honor, on February 16, the Central Bank of Bangladesh sent 2 officials to our office, and they provided us with the pertinent documents in relation to the transaction, Your Honor.
Okay. Has the FBI been in touch with the AMLA?
I was the one who requested assistance from the FBI, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. I would assume, just for the record, that it is also important for the committee to note, because how it would appear to me, it is possible that there was connivance between junket operators, possible people in the bank, possible remittance agents, forex traders, and possibly hackers. Because kung totoo yung nababasa natin sa dyaryo that there is hacking that took place, and based on what I hear or what I read in the papers, in China, the hacking began in China, which is not part of our investigation, but nevertheless, it is important to know the personalities involved. And it's possible that some Chinese personality who did the hacking, okay, with the Bank of Bangladesh, was able to hack the Bank of Bangladesh one way or the other, get the New York Fed, okay, where the accounts of the Bank of Bangladesh were, to remit money through intermediate banks in New York to the Philippines, And these accounts were opened a year earlier, March or May of 2015, may plano na. Maliwanag. Okay? And they must have known people from the banks. Kasi dumaan ng bangko lahat ito eh. Maliwanag, dumaan sa bangko to. That cannot be denied here. We all agree with that. It went through the banking system. Okay? Accounts were opened. Okay? And then there are possible junket operators who probably know these Chinese personalities. Who are these hackers? I think that's something important also for the committee to determine. Maybe later, that's why I think it's important to listen to the testimony of Ms. Daguito, also in executive session, kung nakilala niya, ito yung mga 4 na taon nagbukas ng account na to, na hindi natin mahanap, and this person na Wei Kang Shu, apparently, there must be immigration records, there are photographs, the money went to his account. Tingnan natin, pumasok sa 4 na account. Una, pumasok lahat sa RCBC. There are 4 accounts in RCBC. Dapat meron know your client rule. Okay? And then it found its way to a William Go account. Okay? And then it found its way to PhilRem. Then it found its way back to RCBC for the foreign exchange transaction. When did that happen, right? Okay, when did that happen? AMLA, do you know when that happened? Kailan binalik ng PhilRem para ipalit yung pera sa piso? It went back to PhilRem. PhilRem deposited it in certain accounts and delivered in cash to kilala naman ni Miss Salud Bautista tong Wei Shang Shu na posibleng kilala yung mga hackers. Di ba? Are we investigating that as well? Or hindi nakasama sa investigation ng AMLA yan?
I think that's already beyond our mandate, Your Honor. But I understand that the Central Bank of Bangladesh has already requested assistance from the U.S. government to look into this and probably identify who the possible hackers are. Correct. And
I would assume that that would be the interest also of the FBI. Sino to mga hackers na to? How did they get to know these Filipino personalities and other Chinese personalities who used our banking system? It's also possible that our banks did not know that this money will come from hackers. Right? But one way or the other, there are certain personalities who know these persons. And I think that maybe later on, if we could find out who these people look like, what are their immigration records, if we can get a copy of the CCTV on that February 1, there was testimony here that sa tingin niya, hindi kamukha ni William Go. But for the record, can you submit that to the committee? Diba?
We can do so, Your Honor.
Okay. So, all this information, so we can take a look. And then, if I'm not mistaken, is it correct, Ms. Abad, that there is an account in Hong Kong? May pumasok na $20 million in an account in Hong Kong. Is that correct?
we haven't verified that, Your Honor, but we are seeking the assistance of our counterparts in Hong Kong to provide us information if there's any.
So you're not sure yet?
We're not yet sure, Your Honor.
But you have leads that there is an account in Hong Kong?
There are some information, yes.
Diba? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe later on we could ask other questions with regard to the other testimonies made also by the other individuals. Thank you.
Okay. At this point, let's digress a bit and go to the effects of what would happen if we were blacklisted by the FATF because of poor compliance with AMLA May we call on Toots Ople, who represents the OFW. Could you please explain what's happening right now to the OFWs, and what would be the effect on the OFWs if this blacklisting would happen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I explain that matter, point of concern lang po, because Ms. Bautista referred to the transaction as a remittance. And as you know, when you talk of remittance, you always use that in connection with our overseas workers. But just to put this in its proper context, I think what really happened is this is a wire transfer of money that is already here. Para lang po hindi madama yung ating mga OFWs. Kasi Ms. Bautista, it also came from you that your business also dealt with handling the hard-earned remittances in the truest sense of the word of our OFWs. But just to put that in its proper context. Kasi ang alam po ng OFWs...
The point is well taken, ma'am.
Yeah.
Please proceed. Please proceed. Time is running. Please proceed.
Yung sa amin po is that if this case is not resolved in a matter that is judicious and fair and transparent and fast, and if we land in the FATF's blacklist, it will mean higher cost of remittances and also a lesser value in foreign exchange in currency rates. I say this po kasi it's already happening. Even without this scam, there have already been 17 countries and territories wherein the bank accounts of local remittance companies, homegrown banks like DBP and iRemit and BPI, and I think even RCBC, have been closed down by the foreign banks there, forcing our OFWs to transact directly with the foreign banks at a higher cost. For example po, New Zealand. Sa New Zealand po, kinlose down nila yung mga local, yung mga bank accounts ng ating mga local remittance companies. Ang nangyari po, ito po, galing po ito sa OFW mismo. Sabi po niya, we're badly affected because from $3 to $5 remittance charges, which takes 24 hours, ngayon we have to send it through the local bank. But may mga requirements that the beneficiary must have a bank account with a SWIFT code, and the charge is $18 to $24. And the receiving bank charge, another $5. So, ibig sabihin po nito, even prior to this scam, nagkakaproblema na po tayo with the closure of the bank accounts of local remittance agencies, and the foreign banks are invoking AMLA. So ano pa kaya after this
When they're invoking AMLA, what do you mean by that exactly? They're saying, we're closing the accounts because of AMLA. What do you mean exactly? Be specific, ma'am.
That the remittance companies and the banks here are not compliant with AMLA. Yun po yung sinasabi. And I just want to cite the countries that have been doing this po. Mabilis lang po. Hong Kong, Australia, Canada, United Kingdom, Italy, New Zealand, USA, Singapore, Papua New Guinea, Brunei, Austria, Cyprus, Saipan, France, and then recently Ireland, Spain, and Germany. So we just want to flag this, and we are also calling on our BSP and the private sector and also the DFA, if they can reach out and explain the Philippine side din. Wag naman, ang nangyayari kasi lahat may mga abogado pero ang latay nito nasa OFW po at sa remittances ng OFWs.
Governor Espanilla, are you aware of this problem?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have monitored this. This is called de-risking by foreign banks. The issue here, Mr. Chairman, is that those banks operating under their own anti-money laundering laws are effectively making a business judgment that dealing with Philippine counterparties, money service businesses, poses risks to them that basically amounts to their conclusion that it's not worth the business. So what happens is they make a business decision to close down the account, and this is what Ms. Ople was describing.
So basically, they're saying, we won't do business with Philippine companies because they're too risky. But then, what makes them say that these Philippine companies are too risky?
Mr. Chairman, under their own money laundering laws, and this is a general principle, there is an obligation on the part of a bank to assess the risk of their counterparties. So they are making that judgment, and so situations like this do not help promote that judgment.
In other words, if we have several more of these incidents of this similar manner, then we can really see a closure of a lot of Philippine accounts, Philippine remittance account, Philippine company remittance and bank accounts abroad. And suma total, pahirap ng pahirap yung OFW magpadala ng pera kung saan man sila papunta rito sa pamilya nila. Tama po ba?
That's a risk, Mr. Chairman, that we face if the perception is that our anti-money laundering regime is weak.
Okay.
I just wanted
Senator Recto?
I just wanted to put on record also. Prior to this event, we are out of the blacklist. Is that correct? We are out of the blacklist.
That's correct.
We passed the relevant laws. Huh? And yet, even prior to this event, pinahihirapan na tayo. That is a fact. Okay? I think many of these big foreign banks are just charging. Pinahihirapan lang talaga. Yung lumabas yung pera sa kanilang bansa para pumasok dito sa atin. Even if it comes from overseas Filipino workers. We have to be mindful of this. Hindi lang dahil hindi naman mahina yung anti-money laundering law natin eh. Prior to this situation, pumasa nga tayo sa pataf eh. Okay? I think we have to realize as well na pinagkikitaan din naman talaga ng foreign banks yung mga OFW natin dahil they're not a risk. Maliliit naman magpadala yan eh. Kung tutusin natin eh. Ha? So, eto, dapat tanggapin din natin na pinahihirapan din tayo ng mga malalaking bansa at mga malalaking bangko ng ibang bansa, pinahihirapan lang nila talaga. Napasa na natin yung mga relevant laws eh, to a certain degree.
Just one question, Mr. Chairman.
But I agree that we must close loopholes in our anti-money laundering law, especially in the light of the situation. And, you know, my concern also in the future is kung kaya ng mag-hack ang some personalities in China at maloko ang New York Federal Reserve, dapat pag-ingatan na natin yung mga bangko rin natin dito. I think that's something we should look into as well in the future. Huh?
Mr. Chair.
Kung kaya ba ng cybersecurity experts natin? So, with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Senator Enrile?
My question is this, do we have any idea who these hackers are? Are they residents of the country or foreigners? Second part of my question, and this is addressed to our banking people and especially the Central Bank and the Money Laundering Council, is what happened to Bangladesh possible to happen for this country? Is it possible that will also be hacked?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, answer because the Bangladesh Central Bank is a central bank. In the case of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, we are alerted to these issues, Mr. Chairman, and the BSP has been taking measures to prevent situations, a hacking or an identity interception issue like this, Mr. Chairman. Speaking, that's for the BSP. And in addition, we have also issued regulation, that's Circular 808, that basically sets standards for our banks to have...
My question is it possible or probable that we can also be a victim of the same thing that happened in Bangladesh?
Mr. Chairman, I think all jurisdictions are at risk. Even jurisdictions like the United States are vulnerable to this. But we take measures to make this a low probability event, Mr. Chairman.
And what effort is being done by the central bank to find out the identities of these hackers, whether they are Filipinos or the hacking was done abroad or here?
I have no knowledge of that, Mr. Chairman.
You have none. You have not started any effort to find out.
Mr. Chairman, that's not a matter for the BSP, Mr. Chairman. With respect to this incident,
What jurisdiction in the government should do that? You're the one in charge of the entire banking system, isn't it?
Mr. Chairman, no Philippine bank was hacked.
What's your answer?
In the particular issue that we're discussing, Mr. Chairman, no Philippine bank was hacked or a
Yes,
victim
correct.
of cybercrime.
No Philippine bank was hacked. In this case, the Bangladesh government was the one victimized. Is it possible that the Philippine government could also be victimized by these hackers? That's the point of my interest here.
Mr. Chairman, if we're talking possibility, my answer was all actually are vulnerable to cyber attack, but there are measures that can be taken to reduce this risk. So in the case of the Philippine Central Bank or Bangko Sentral, we have actually adopted measures to prevent these kinds of situations.
Now, let us assume that when we amended the money laundering law in 2013, we included the casinos in its coverage. Could this incident been prevented?
I don't know, Mr. Chairman, whether because these are two different things: the hacking and then the law.
I'm asking this because Attorney Dook, no, was
Yes,
telling us that my understanding of your presentation a while ago was that perhaps if we were more strict in strengthening the AMLA, this could have been prevented.
Your Honor, I think had we put in place an effective law, like
what do you mean
including
by-
casino as a covered
Wait a
entity.
minute. What do you mean by effective law?
Well,
what are the things that you want to introduce in the AMLA law that are not there to make it effective?
well, as Your Honor, as discussed even by the legislators, And this I heard also from the interviews of those who took part in the enactment of the amendment. We could have added casino as covered entities already.
That's why I said, if we
Well,
followed your suggestion that we covered casinos,
had we done that,
how
Your
could
Honor,
this have been prevented?
we could have deterred the criminal elements from exploiting the deficiency in our laws.
For heaven's sake, Mr. Attorney Dook, we don't even know who are the hackers. We do not even know who are these people who opened these accounts. And Mr. William Go is here. He was used. His name was used. He has not done anything to find out why his name, of all the Filipinos and all the residents of this country, he was picked out as the person whose name was going to be used for the purposes of these hackers here in this case. How could have we prevented it? That's my question to you.
Yes, sir.
Because you're throwing blames here, you know, and I beg to differ with you.
I beg your indulgence, sir, but I'm not putting blame on anyone. The hackers may be nameless. They may be anonymous at this point. But what they do know is that we have deficiencies in our law.
So
among the various jurisdictions were the ones where the payment instructions were successfully executed.
So my question, I will go back to my question. If we included casinos in the 2013 amendment, would this incident, could have this incident been prevented?
It may help, but we have to understand that the funds, the monies were coursed through the bank, no? Eventually, it was transferred to the casinos, no?
It started with the bank. It went to the bank. Before it went to the casinos, it should have been reported already. You're in charge of this, no? So how come that you were not able to stop it in the level of the banks?
Sir, I am the Commissioner of Insurance. I'm an ex officio of the AMLC.
No, you're the one presenting the position of your organization here.
It's only because, sir, the chairman is out of the country on official business, and I'm the remaining regular member of the council.
Precisely, I'm asking you because you're representing your organization. If you were not able to stop it in the level of the banking system, how do you expect it to be prevented in the level of the casinos?
I think we have to approach it globally, no? The point of entry and the point where the money was eventually laundered.
What is the point of entry?
In this particular case, it's the banks.
Okay.
But then they were laundered through the casinos.
Well, but
we have to approach
if the level of the banks was effective enough, and I think it has been effective for a long, long time. Nothing has happened yet except of my own knowledge, except this one. Then no one would have been victimized. I'm not defending the casinos, huh? I hope the government will run after the people involved. No. I'm just zeroing my question on your statement a while ago that we must have a more effective money laundering law by including everybody. How would you do it if you were crafting the law?
In all modesty, I have to look at it from a global perspective. The bank is just one sector.
I do not understand your global perspective. What is that?
We have to approach it from all sectors. The banking sector, the insurance sector, the security sector, and the casinos, the gaming industry. We should put in place all deterrents so that money laundering will not succeed in our jurisdiction.
I hope you will craft the legislation so that we will be educated.
Mr. Chairman, just a question. Is there a casino in Sri Lanka? Yes. No, Sri Lanka. Does anyone here know if there is a casino in Sri Lanka as well? The reason why I ask this, Mr. Chairman, is from what I read in the reports, there was potentially $1 billion heist. Hindi lang 81 million, hindi lang $100 million eh. Meron 815 hindi natuloy. And apparently that money was going to go to Sri Lanka. Lahat yan bank to bank. Just like here, the 81 million found its way to a bank. Meron din yung 850 supposed to be bank to bank din yun sa Sri Lanka. Now, I have an open mind as far as the casinos are concerned. In fact, in the Senate version, we did have a provision in the casinos, which was taken out in the bicameral conference committee. But just to educate the public as well, we had the original bill also had provision on real estate. And we agreed on a threshold. If I'm not mistaken, 20 or 25 million. Because in the original bill, there was a 500,000 threshold. So I don't think that people launder in low-cost housing. So I think we should craft it based on something more appropriate. Hindi 500,000 lahat eh. Low-cost housing, 500,000 lahat eh. If I recall the debates. Since we're talking about recommendations here on legislation, di ba? Pagka real estate, it's so easy to say, isama natin real estate, isama casino, isama natin lahat, jewelry, art. Pero halimbawa, low-cost housing, yan ba tataas ang cost din? There's sobrang regulation, so much compliance. May maglo-launder ba ng pera sa low-cost housing? So, and that's why when we debated here, we agreed, if I'm not mistaken, 25 million sa real estate. Pag jewelry, something like 2 million or something. Kasi kung masyado mababa, lahat naman ng bibili ng jewelry, pupunta ng Hong Kong, walang reporting doon. So, I suggest that the AMLAC take a look at the transcript, read the transcripts, so that when you come here and make recommendation also, you can answer some of the questions being raised. But yes, we did include casinos in the last amendments. No? And I think we should have everyone should have an open mind. No? Moving forward. But
Mr. Chairman, may I offer an answer to the question of the Honorable Senator Enrile? Senator Enrile was asking whether had we included the casino sector in the coverage of the AMLA when the law was amended in 2013, could this have been prevented? That was his question, I understand. And my answer to that is probably the probability could have been reduced if casino sector is already included in the coverage of the law. Why? As earlier described by the senators, there was probably a grand design in this case. Bank accounts were opened as early as May 2015, and probably the intention is to use these bank accounts to put the stolen money and then do further transactions. But it would appear that the ultimate destination of all this money is the casinos. Knowing for a fact that casinos not within the coverage of the law, no covered institutions or casino operators would be reporting the transactions of the casino players to the AMLA. They know that they can do away with this without being detected by the law enforcement authorities or even by the Financial Intelligence Unit, which is the AMLA. So, to be sure, the non-inclusion of the casino sector from the coverage of the AMLA increased the probability of laundering dirty money in this country through the casinos. So it would have been a lot better if the casino sector has been included in the coverage of the AMLA when it was amended in 2013. And it was also mentioned by the Honorable Senator Recto that the Philippines was already removed from the FATF list. Yes, that is true. In June 2013, the Philippines was removed from the FATF list because we were able to amend the law. We were able to provide for an ex parte application for bank inquiry and as well as an ex parte petition for freeze order, and we were able to expand the definition of money laundering. We were also able to increase the number of predicate crimes to money laundering. From 14, we now have 34 predicate crimes to money laundering, and this is all in accordance with the international standards. However, when the Philippines was removed from the FATF list in June 2013, the statement issued by the FATF, as far as the Philippines is concerned, is that, yes, we welcome all the progress in your anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism regime. However, the Philippines is strongly urged to address the remaining deficiency, which is the non-inclusion of the casino sector from the coverage of the law. That is why even if the Philippines has been removed from the FATF list in 2013, we are still being monitored by the FATF, by the international committee, as far as the non-inclusion of casino sector is concerned. That is why immediately after we were removed from the FATF list in 2014, we proposed again for the amendment of the law precisely to include the casino sector in the coverage of the law. And this case is a concrete example, Your Honors, that indeed casinos are vulnerable to money laundering.
I just want to tell you that I provided a proviso in the amendment of this law in 2013. But when it went to the bicameral conference committee, I understand it was the House. I do not know what happened. The chairman is here. He was the one who rejected my original proposal, but
no, we accepted your proposal, and then when we had the BICAM, the congressional contingent opposed the casinos inclusion.
Members of the Liberal Party. Anyway, I will ask this question to Mr. William Go. Mr. Go, yes, your sir. Name was used in this money laundering incident. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to file any action against the people who used your name?
Of course, Your Honor. My lawyer already studying the issue and the case.
Still studying? Why not file it tomorrow?
We're waiting for the NBI result. We asked the NBI to investigate already. So, inintay namin resulta ng NBI, file kami ng case as soon as possible.
Sige.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman, one last question, with the permission of the chair.
Okay.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Ms. Salud Bautista, you said that you know Wei Kang Shu. Is that correct? You've met him personally.
Sorry. Yes.
Verbal response, please. Verbal response, yes?
Your Honor, our business is remitting funds. So we have a sender and a beneficiary. Our client is the sender, and the beneficiary is who they say where we are supposed to deliver the funds.
Yes. So you know Wei Shu. You met him personally.
He is the beneficiary of the
Correct.
sender.
So you know her. You know him. You've met him.
Yes.
Yeah. How many times have you met him?
Once.
Only once.
Yes, Your Honor.
Not several times.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you know Kim Wong?
I see him in social occasions.
So you know what he looks like, and have you met him personally?
I think he was introduced to me once or twice. Long
Okay.
time.
Have you ever dealt with him?
No, I never did business. No.
He was never a beneficiary.
No.
Was he ever a sender?
No, sir.
No. Okay. And who was the sender when you met Wei Shu? So he was a beneficiary. There must be a sender.
Yes. I got all my instructions from the branch manager, and she claims that the sender is William Go.
Okay. Miss Daguito, do you know Wei Shu? Kilala ho ba ninyo?
No, Your Honor.
So never mo nakilala?
No.
So wala kang letratong pinakita kay Miss Salud Bautista kung sino si Wei Shu?
Wala po, Your Honor.
So how did you know that that was Wei Shu? Miss Salud, are you reading from a cue card prepared by the lawyer? Yes.
No, Your Honor. They gave us a cell phone number, and they asked us to call the
$18 million cash, cell phone number, and you met him, he answered the phone. This is
Yes,
him.
and I took a picture of his ID.
Okay. Could you give us a picture of that ID?
Yes, Your Honor.
Submit to the committee?
Yes, Your Honor.
Miss Daguito, did you give her a cell phone number?
Wala po, Your Honor.
You don't have the cell phone number of Wei Shu. You've never met Wei Shu. Were you the sender as mentioned by Miss Salud Bautista?
No.
You never gave her instructions to see a Mr. Wei Shu.
Yeah, there were instructions, sir, but I am ready to disclose everything in the executive session.
Executive session. There were instructions from you or from someone else?
Sa executive session na lang po.
Okay, okay. Anyone from RCBC? Mr. Lorenzo Tan, it's an opportunity for you. Do you know Wei Shu?
I have no idea. Your
No
Honor.
idea. Mr. Kim Wong?
I know of him. I mean, he was a restaurant owner in my PNB days, and I've known him since 2002.
So you know Kim Wong?
Well, social acquaintance.
Have you ever dealt business with him?
No, sir.
Okay. Ms. Salud, do you know of Jerome Tan?
Yes, Your Honor. He used to be the president of RCBC Securities.
Okay. Mr. Lorenzo Tan, do you know a certain Jerome Tan?
Yes, Your Honor. He was our head of RCBC Securities. He passed away already.
He passed away already. Okay. At the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, I will ask questions regarding this personality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Pimentel?
Just a few questions, Mr. Chairman, to be continued in the next meeting if we run out of time, because Senator Angara will also ask questions. To Ms. Salud Bautista, your company, PhilRem, remitted to Eastern Hawaiian Leisure Company.
Yes, sir.
Amount, $21 million. Can you tell us what you know of this company? What information or data did you have before you executed the instruction from the sender to send money to Eastern Hawaii Leisure Company? Is this a foreign company, a local company? What is it?
We were instructed to remit funds to the company's account.
Account with what bank?
Account of PNB.
PNB, okay. So, may I ask Ms. Abad of the Executive Director of AMLAC, You applied for a freeze order for 7 principal account holders. Tama po ba yan? 7?
There were 8, Your Honor.
8? So can you give us the 8 names, please? Michael Francisco Cruz. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor. Let me just refer to my notes, Your Honor.
Yes, Jesse Christopher Lagrosas, Alfred Santos Vergara, Enrico Chodoro Vasquez, William Sogo, Century Tex Trading, and Kam Sin Wong. And who is the 8th principal account holder, ma'am?
Ano ba yun? Eastern Hawaii Insurance. Eastern Hawaii. Sorry. Okay. Anong hindi niya nabanggit? Anong hindi niya nabanggit? 2, 3. Let me just enumerate them, Your Honor. The account holders subject of the petition for freeze order were Michael Francisco Cruz, Jesse Christopher Lagrosas, Alfredo Santos Vergara, Enrico Chodoro Vasquez, William Sogo, Century Tex Trading, and Kam Sin Wong, Your Honor.
Okay, so 7.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama, okay, so 7. Okay. Oo nga, 7 na nga. So it's not 8, it's 7. Okay.
Stand corrected,
Yes, that's it.
corrected, Your Honor.
And you did not include PhilRem or the owners of PhilRem, meaning to say you did not consider PhilRem as part of the scheme or a suspect in the money laundering scheme. Tama po ba yan?
PhilRem accounts were not included. Well, without prejudice to the final outcome of our investigation, Your Honor. They were not included in the petition for freeze order because at first we thought that although we were able to see that these transactions passed through PhilRem accounts, but then we all thought that we thought that these were just regular transactions made by PhilRem as a remittance company, Your Honor.
Money laundering requires a predicate crime because the amount must be proceeds of an unlawful activity. From your point of view, what is the unlawful activity consisting of, as the predicate crime in this particular instance?
In this case, Your Honor, the facts would show that violation of the Electronic Commerce Act was committed, or what we call hacking, Your Honor.
Which is the Electronic Commerce Act of another country.
Yes, the predicate crime was committed in another country, Your Honor.
Right, and we allow that. We recognize since it is punishable under our law and it is punishable in the other jurisdiction, then that is an unlawful activity. Tama po ba yan?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And under our law, there is already money laundering if we transact using the proceeds. Tama po ba?
That is correct, Your Honor.
When it was converted into dollars or given to a remittance, isn't that a transaction? Was the money laundering, theoretically lang was the money laundering already consummated?
Well, one of the elements of money laundering, Your Honor, is knowledge. Knowledge that the money being transacted came from an unlawful activity. In this case, Your Honor, as I've said, without prejudice to the final outcome of our investigation, we thought that probably PhilRem did not know that the money came from stolen funds.
So if PhilRem knew, then they would be included in the list. Tama po ba?
So that even if PhilRem transacted without money, if they didn't know that the money was stolen, then they could not be held responsible for money laundering, Your Honor.
That's correct. But if they knew, then the other way around. Tama po ba?
If they knew, that would be a different case,
And
Your
so
Honor.
with RCBC, if they knew when it was, how much amount of dollars did you ask the RCBC to convert? $60+ million. Ganun po ba, ma'am, the Executive Director Abad?
That is correct, Your
If
Honor.
RCBC also knew that these were proceeds of unlawful activity, then money laundering would have been consummated.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so from your point of view, you never suspected PhilRem. You never asked for the freeze order. But from the point of view of RCBC, They suspected the PhilRem's participation because they froze the account of Ms. Salud Bautista.
Probably there were other facts or circumstances that would make RCBC believe that our PhilRem had knowledge that the money came from stolen funds, Your Honor.
Your accounts with RCBC, Ms. Bautista, were frozen after this incident na. That's correct, no? After February 10?
Yes, Your Honor. Our accounts was closed March 1 and turned into manager's checks and then was not released to us.
So maybe I'll just ask RCBC if they care to, if they would answer, but did you freeze Ms. Salud Bautista's accounts and other related accounts because you suspect her or her corporation or specifically PhilRem to be part of this syndicate which perpetrated this money laundering scheme?
Your Honor, we may speak theoretically unless Ms. Salud Bautista gives her written consent to us, allowing us to speak of her accounts, in which case we would be happy to do so here, Your Honor. But without the written consent from her, and believe me when we say we are willing to discuss under those circumstances, theoretically, our bank, under our deposit opening forms, is allowed to close accounts which we believe were involved with fraud, for example, or if we are not satisfied with how the accounts were handled. The bank has that power under the deposit opening forms, which the account holder signs. And in cases where we receive a freeze order, and again, this is theoretical, we request the AMLC, if certain names are not included in the freeze order, but which we believe may be related, we ask them for assistance. And this is something that we do as a matter of policy and procedure.
No, but that's why Ms. Salud Bautista was complaining earlier or a while ago that you froze her account even though she was not enumerated in the freeze order. That's why, yun na nga. So, meron kayo yatang alam, mas may alam pa kayo kaysa sa AMLA. Kung ganon. Kasi hindi nga sila sinama sa freeze order and yet ang RCBC freeze eh. It's not even the account of PhilRem, it's the account of maybe the owners of PhilRem.
Mr. Senator, if since Ms. Bautista discussed it in this hearing, if she would be so gracious as to give written consent to all the accounts, we would be free to discuss it.
How about a verbal consent at this particular time?
Your Honor, I believe the law is very clear that it's written consent that's required. If in the next hearing she is able to provide...
We can give you the transcript later on. That's the written
Your
consent.
Honor, please don't visit me in jail if that's the case. Mahirap na, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, let us ask Ms. Bautista now, are you willing to give that written consent for RCBC to discuss your
We can discuss all the accounts if she gives her written consent for all those accounts. Because that is what the law provides.
Your Honor, do you think we can take this up in the next hearing?
Okay, if it's good enough. Anyway, you're the one who's been. You're the one who's saying that you've been what do you call this? Damaged by this, and okay, up to next hearing. If you want to bring your written consent, then do so.
May I proceed, Mr. Chairman? Do you have a representative from Bloomberry Hotels, Inc., which is Soler? As Attorney Benitan, yes. Do you confirm the remittance of $29 million to your account from PhilRem?
Actually, it came in pesos, Your Honor,
Pesos
not
na?
dollars. Yes.
And what was that for?
It was remittance for the account of a junket operator and the players that was tagged with him, Your Honor.
And that is the same, Wei Kang Zhu?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Okay, so at least we have established that there is really a Wei Kang Zhu operating as a licensed junket operator. When we say licensed, then he has a contract, or his company has a contract with Soler.
He is registered, Your Honor.
Registered, okay. Okay, so $29 million. So the purpose was so that you did not find anything suspicious about the remittance because it was for a junket operator.
Yes, Your Honor, and it was Chinese New Year, etc. So the expectation was more play during that period, so it was not unusual.
Okay. So you have a copy of your contract with this junket operator. You have, of course, other information about him. You have, of course.
Well, we keep records, Your Honor. Yeah,
because you have contracts, right? A casino will have a contract with a junket operator. Tama po ba yan?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Can you provide this committee with a copy of Soler's contract with Wei Kangzhou?
Well, I'll have to go back to management, Your Honor,
yes, sir.
discuss this.
Apo, so then tell us your answer.
Yes, sir.
And if you cannot, tell us the legal basis why you cannot.
Understood.
Apo. O sige, si Mr. William Sogo, before I turn over the mic to Senator Angara. Mr. William Go.
Yes, sir.
Sabi nyo, kayo'y nasama rito sa insidenteng ito na hindi nyo alam. Sino po rito ang, dito sa mga may na-freeze na bank accounts, sino rito ang kilala ninyo? Michael Francisco Cruz, Jesse Christopher M. Lagrosas, Alfred Santos Vergara, Enrico Teodoro Vasquez, Cam Sin Wong. Sino po doon?
Yung Cam Sin Wong lang kilala ko po.
Okay. Kung idagdag ko rito ang pangalan nila Lorenzo Tan at saka ni Miss Santos Daguito, sino pang kilala mo ron?
Si Miss Daguito, kilala ko po.
So kung magsususpecha ka, sinong nagsali sa iyo rito sa gulong ito?
Si Maya Daguito po.
Okay, si Kim Sin Wong, kilala mo dahil sa?
Matagal na acquaintance na po yun, social acquaintance.
Social lang.
Opo.
Si Miss Daguito, kilala mo dahil sa?
Mayroon ko dating account po sa East West Bank na siyang manager dati po. Sa may Fort Bonifacio.
Okay, paglipat niya sa RCBC, hindi ka sumunod doon?
Hindi na po. Hindi na kaming nakikita.
So, pero close kayo nung kliyente ka pa niya sa other bank?
Hindi po close. Yung client and management na, yung procedure na ano, yung pang trabaho lang.
So, ang gusto bang sabihin sa amin, malas lang talaga na ikaw ang naalala niya?
Yun na hindi ko malaman. Hindi ko rin maintindihan po eh.
Sa lahat ng tao. Okay. Okay, kailan ba siya lumipat daw from East-West to RCBC? Kailan po?
Hindi ko rin po alam eh. Somewhere
2013
yata, something like that.
Okay, pero anyway po, meron kayong mga pronouncements yung abogado ninyo na binabasa ko rin na merong nakakalito rin na party doon. Bakit kayo humihingi ng parang pang-danyos daw?
Hindi po totoo yun. Kasi po, ang storya dyan, yung si Miss Daguito, nung paalis na, may pumalit na bagong manager, bank manager. Ang pangalan po ay Alan Pinalosa. Ngayon, ninidors ako sa kanya. So, I'm doing banking transaction with yung Pinalosa na wala na si Miss Daguito. One day, biglang tumawag sa akin si Alan Pinalosa. Tapos sinabi sa akin sir, pwede ka bang makipag-meet sa akin sa Fort Bonifacio? That's somewhere between, let me see the date. That is February 22. Tumawag sa akin ng umaga. Tapos sabi po sa akin, kung pwedeng mag-meet kami after lunch sa Bonifacio High Street. Sabi ko, tungkol saan yan? Hindi, meron lang kakausap sa'yo. Gusto makipag-usap sa'yo. Tapos, tungkol saan yan? Hindi, basta makipagkito sa'yo. Tapos, pag nakita kami, doon nakita kami sa Bonifacio High Street, ang unang paso sa akin, gusto mo kumita 200 million. Yun ang sabi sa akin. Sabi ko, ano ba yan? Ano ba yan sinasabi mo? Sabi sa akin, hindi, si Maya, alam mo naman si Maya. Kilala, dati sa East West, nasa RCBC na. May nagawa yata kasalanan. Sabi sa akin, anong kasalanan? Hayaan mo siya na mag-usap sa iyo, siya na magsabi. Tapos sabi ko, saan siya? Eh, makita tayo sa napunta kami sa Serendra, doon sa Mary Grace restaurant. Tapos sabi ko kay Alan Pinarosa, sige, tawagan mo si Miss Maya para makausap ko kung anong ginawa, di ba? In mga few, up to 30 or 1 hour, dumating ako si Miss Daguito. Pagkaupo, sabi sa akin, Sir, sorry ho, may nagawa ko kasalanan sa iyo. Ako, ano yun? Sabi niya. Eh, nabuksan ko kayo ng account sa RCBC. Nagulat ako. Nabuksan daw niya ako sa RCBC. Sabi ko, bang ginawa yun? Wala naman akong transaction siya, wala naman akong binibigay, wala akong inimututos na magbukas ng account. Paano mo nabuksan yan? Yan ang sinabi ko. Tapos sabi sa akin, Sir, talagang sorry ho, nagawa ko yun. Ba't ka nandito? Kasi yun, nagka-problema na. Yan sinasabi. Ano problema nun? Kasi yung malaking amount na pera pumasok sa account nyo. Nasyak ako. Nasyak po ako. Anong ginawa nyo? Kuninto yung buong scheme. Yung meron daw pera sa Bangladesh, pumunta raw sa account na ginawa daw niya. Pagkatapos po, binusan daw niya ang dollar account, doon daw pinasok niya. Yun ang kwento. Tapos, pinalit daw sa PIRREM, sa RCBC, binalik ulit peso. Hindi ko na maintindihan. Ang gulong, talaga yung explanation niya, talagang magulo eh. Ang sabi ko sa kanya, wala akong pakialam dyan, ang demand ko, i-clear my name. Ako, i-clear mo yan. Kasi ano mangyari, clear po ninyo. Ngayon, sabi siya, Sir, meron naman tulungan niyo ako, meron naman ako pang damage, bibigyan ako damage, 10 million. Ang dami siya sabi mo. Ay, maski na anong sa perwisyo ginawa mo sa akin, sa lagi perwisyo ginawa mo sa akin, maski na anong damage, it's not worth na bayaran ako. Maski na ilang daang million pa yan, hindi worth sa perwisyo ginawa niya sa akin. After that, I just forget about it. Wala nangyari. So, ang sinabi, I insist na, clear yung pangalan ko as soon as possible. Yun ang nangyari.
At any rate, sir, $81 million yung pumasok, $81 million din naman yung na-remit sa tatlong mga entities at hindi ka naman talaga kasama doon. So, ibig sabihin, hindi ka kumita sa gulong ito, sa scheme na ito.
Walang alam dyan sa lahat na nangyari.
So, lahat ng pumasok na pera are all accounted for. Alam natin kung kanino pumunta at wala rin naman pumunta sa'yo or naiwan para sa'yo. So, isang argumento yan na hindi ka nga kasama talaga sa scheme na ito.
Wala po talaga ako kasama. Hindi ko pala alam ginagawa nila.
Pero meron pala kayong personal knowledge kasi nagharapan pala kayo ni Miss Daguito eh. So, gumawa na ba kayo ng sinumpahang salaysay?
Meron na po. Meron na po.
Okay, so that will be all for now, Mr. Chairman.
Just a quick follow-up on that lang with the permission.
Before that, just one administrative matter. Yung mga nagbigay ng opening ng statements, nagbasa, please kindly submit to the Secretariat for the record. Yes. Senator Rector, yes?
Just very quickly. Ms. Daguito, you were with East West Bank until what year?
2013.
So you're relatively new to RCBC.
Yes,
When
Your
did you
Honor.
enter RCBC? Kailan kayo pumasok ng RCBC?
October 2013. Your Honor.
Only. Huh?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and who recruited you to RCBC?
Mr. Lorenzo Tan.
So you know each other?
Yes, I know him.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Angara?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po. Mr. Chair, in connection with the questioning of Senator Coco Pimentel.
May I be given permission to...
Excuse me.
Yeah, please.
With the indulgence of Senators.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Mr. Tan, I see you want to react. Sige, please.
Yes. There's no truth that I recruited her. We are a professional organization, right? We receive 50 to 100 resumes a year. We pass the resume to the business heads. The business heads interview them. They're vetted by an HR department. Right? The HR department checks their records. They check their clearance from previous banks. They look at their ability to bring business. I don't get involved with who gets hired at the branch level. Branch managers are 5 layers below me. Right? And I didn't know her before that. Right? So that's not true, Your Honor.
Ms. Daguito, Mr. Tan is denying this.
Sa executive session na lang po, Your Honor.
Okay. Senator Angara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In connection with the questioning of Senator Pimentel, maybe the committee, we suggest that they invite the so-called Alan Peñalosa as well from East West Bank, so he can corroborate what Mr. Go, or he can even clear his name if it's necessary.
Mr. Go, this Alan Peñalosa is connected with
East West Bank po sa Fort Bonifacio. Branch manager.
Branch manager.
East West Bank.
I think we have representative of East West here.
The president is here.
Oh, sir, could you produce him at the next hearing?
Yes, we could invite
He's
him.
your branch manager of that?
He succeeded Maya in the Brooklyn Circle in Port Bonifacio.
Yes. Could you produce him here next hearing?
Just again, Your Honor, if
Yes.
I may.
Okay.
No, I just want to give the perspective to this. Of course, I know Maya. We worked together in iBank, but in East West, I think Maya stayed for 2 years. He joined 2011, joined in late 2011 to 2013, so about a little less than 2 years. So just to set, because before, I think he stays longer in RCBC. Mr. Chairman, I'm still wondering why I'm here. Just want to really, with this hearing. Because East West has got nothing to do with the transaction in any way. Not a single centavo, not a single peso. And we look at it, there's no unblameable, if you will, called unblameable offense. So just curious.
Unblameable. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Senator Angara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I ask the AMLAC through Director Abad, na-trace na ho ba yung kung saan napunta yung pera? Assuming, did we bother to check dito sa yung sinabanggit na junket operator? Kasi I guess yun ang talagang importante dito, di ba? Ma-trace talaga natin. Number one, kung illegal yung pera. At pangalawa, saan pumunta yung pera? Na-trace na ho ba natin?
Well, Your Honor, our money trail ended there at the casinos, Your Honor.
So talagang doon natapos. Dead end tayo doon sa casinos. But shouldn't we have checked with the individuals who are just like the so-called junket operator? Si Mr. Wei Kang Su. Hindi ba dapat chinek din natin ho siya?
Precisely, that's the problem, Your Honor, since the casino operators are not under the coverage of the AMLA, we cannot require them to submit information pertaining to this casino operator, to these junket operators, or even to casino players, Your Honor.
Pero ngayon ho, now
if
that
they are covered under the AMLA, then probably we can require them to submit information pertaining to this casino players, Your Honor, or to this, even to this junket operators, Your Honor.
Pero ito nga, may testimonya na ho tayo na nakatanggap ho si Wei Kang ng $30 million. That's 1.5 billion pesos ho. Wala ba tayong kilos dyan? Hindi ba tayo kikilos dyan?
What we heard, Your Honor, is that this Mr. Wei Kang Su is playing in the casino, but we cannot just go there to casino and ask these questions, or probably arrest. Probably we will need the assistance of other law enforcement to.
But can we not freeze his accounts? Can we not apply to freeze his accounts or investigate his accounts in other banks? Ganun
As
ho
the
ba?
evidence will show, Your Honor, the money was delivered to him in cash.
Opo.
So we were not able to identify any bank account in his name.
Pero you've already made inquiries, and to this day you have not identified any bank accounts
We
in
have
his
not
name.
identified any bank account in his name, Your Honor.
Okay. Ganun lang, banks lang bang kakausapin nyo? Walang ibang you do not have jurisdiction dun sa mga like people like Philrem and pawn shops, things like that? Wala ba kayong inquiries to other economic actors who kung saan napunta yung pera? Hindi lang naman bangko napupunta ang pera, di ba?
Well, we can we can request information to any covered institution, Your Honor.
Have you done that? With respect to Mr. Wei Kang Su?
But with respect to Mr. Wei Kang Su, I think the only, or even with respect to any person, the only possible institutions to keep money is the bank. So, but based on our information and database, there's no bank account in the name of Mr. Wei Kang Su.
Pero hindi ba dapat magtanong din tayo sa mga forex changers, for example, foreign exchange dealers? May dumaan ba ditong pera ganito? Because isn't that a way of washing the money? Isn't that a way of laundering the money? Hindi ba dapat tayo pursue the money trail?
Well, honestly, we haven't done that, Your Honor. But since we have already information from PhilRem, which is a remittance company, that the money was delivered to Wei Kang Su in cash. So that's
Hindi ho ba dapat, maybe I suggest, Mr. Chair, that we should take action on the 1.5 million and pursue the possible leads, Mr. Chair. Kasi may testimony ho tayo na nag-deliver ho ng 1.5 billion pesos cash to Mr. Wei Kang Su. Should we not know where that money went? And maybe we can direct the question also to Bloomberry and to PAGCor. Saan ho ba, do we have any idea saan ho napunta yung pera? Maybe we can ask Chairman again, Mr. Chair, and then after we'll ask si Attorney Tan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. What we know kasi is the one that was remitted to the accounts, no? And basically, I just would like it to make clear that we are very open to be part of, to be covered under AMLA. So, kumbaga sinabi na namin sa Congress na willing kami talaga maging part ng AMLA, to be covered by AMLA. Now, up to the best of our knowledge, we'll be answering everything because right now we're not covered by AMLA, we're not covered by any secrecy law. So, open kami sa lahat ng questions. So, with regards to the amount remitted, dun sa Bloomberry, lahat po to na monitor na nilaro. Lahat po to na monitor na naging dead chips, na non-cashable chips. So, nilaro talaga po to sa casino. Now, with the...
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair. When you say lahat na ito, you're saying you monitored $81 million worth of dead chips?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, ang alam lang po namin pumasok is that $29 million. This was remitted to... Pero hinulaan lang po namin yan kasi we're only basing yung mga based on newspaper reports. So we started moving only after we read the inquiry report sometime February 29. So right after that, we already issued a letter to everybody to give their comments with regards to these things, and they gave their comments, that and everything is in its proper, So our team really inspected kung nilaro nga itong mga peran to. So we just conclude that there was money that went through PhilRemit to, I think, to BDO, this amount and that amount. So doon lang po kami nag-base. And plus, we rely on the bank as the gatekeepers in terms of money coming in that is remitted to the casino. So talagang yung kwan namin, since we know that it came from the bank, we presume that all money is clean because syempre hindi na natin pinagdudahan yan dahil nanggaling po sa bangko. Anyway, yun po, so undergoing pa rin po ang investigation namin rito. And with regards to the statement of PhilRem that there was cash given to a certain Chinese person, I have no idea about that, and we have no idea kung nilaro man to because cash to eh. So I have no idea about this. Ang naging focus namin is the amount that was, I think we read in the newspaper. Yun lang po. So, hanggang doon lang po kami.
Hindi nyo po kilala si Wei Kang Su?
Hindi po.
Hindi. How about sa Bloomberry? I think you testified that kilala nyo, no? Si Wei Kang Su.
Yes, Your
based
Honor.
on the questions of Senator Pimentel.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor. As I explained before, we have no knowledge of the cash transaction. So what we had was that remittance from PhilRemit for the account of the junket.
Sabi nyo, pumasok ko ng pesos, no? Ang testimony ko kasi niya is nagpadala sila ng $29 million based on the question of Senator Recto.
That's correct.
Tapos sinabi nyo na peso ang tinanggap ninyo.
We receive in peso.
Magkano po yung peso amount? What is the exact amount?
1,365,000,000.
1,365,000,000. million. Okay. Would you know offhand what the exchange rate was used?
No, Your Honor.
I will just work backwards. Okay. Thank you. Namo-monitor niyo si Mr. Wei Kangsu? When do you know the last time he was in your casino, for instance?
We have record of that, Your Honor. Offhand, I don't know.
Right. Sa mga bangko naman ho, Mr. Chair, can I ask them if there were any interest income tax payments made on any of these accounts? Kasi income yun eh. Diba? That's bank, under the law, you're supposed to pay interest income on deposits. Diba? So without referring to any particular deposit that would violate your obligations under the bank secrecy law, did you pay interest income accounts on these?
Your Honor, in general, RCBC complies and pays all tax obligations.
So yes, that's a yes.
Yes, that's a yes.
How about dun sa PhilRem? I'll ask you the same question kay Ms. Salud. Did you pay DST, documentary stamp tax, on the transactions that went through your yung remittances ho?
Yes, Your Honor. We pay our taxes.
Would you be willing to share with the committee the payments you made on these transactions? You mentioned at least 3 transactions earlier, like the 29 million remitted to Soler, the 21 million remitted to Eastern Hawaii, and the 30 million cash to Wei Kang. You have documents to prove your payment, oh?
Your Honor, I have to get back to my records in the office.
Okay. Mr. Chair, could we flag that question for later reference or for the next hearing? I might forget. So, yeah. Anyway, since we're on PhilRem already, it seems na lumalabas ho dito, Mr. Chair, na dumaan lahat ng 81 million sa inyo. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And magkano ang lumabas? May naiwan ho ba sa inyo bukod sa nasabi yung earlier na nagsumingil ho kayo ng 500 peso transaction fee? May naiwan ho ba?
Wala po, Your
So
Honor.
magkano ho ang nilabas ninyo? $81 million din ho ba?
Hindi po. $80,884,641.63, Your Honor.
Pakiulit ho. 80 million.
80,884,641.63, Your Honor.
So there is at least 116,000 there. Saan ho napunta yung ano? That is
Your
from
Honor,
81 million that
yan
came
lang,
in. Yeah.
Hindi, yan lang po ang pumasok sa account namin.
That's dollars. $80
Opo.
million dollars.
Opo.
Yun ang pumasok. Yun din ang lumabas.
Opo, sir.
So minus 500 pesos lang. Yun lang. Okay. Anong average transaction value po ng business ninyo? Like on a weekly or a monthly basis?
Your Honor, I process roughly 100,000 transactions every month. Transactions for remittances.
Yes, the peso value. Oh. Average lang on the average. Doesn't have to be an exact figure, just to get an idea of how large the business is.
Well, per transaction, an average of $500.
Per transaction. And so, on a weekly basis, how much would you say you process?
Your Honor, can I check my record?
Sige, it's okay, yeah.
I will, yeah.
Yeah,
I will.
you can get back to us.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oo. Mr. Chair, my next question is, nakarimit na ba kayo sa casino dati? Or is this the first time that you ever remitted to a casino when you gave 29 million to Bloomberry?
No, Your Honor, pag ang beneficiary ho ng remittance namin is a casino, then we have done that before.
I understand your answer, but my question is, have you ever remitted before your 29 million peso remittance to Bloomberry? Nakaremit na ba kayo sa mga casino dati?
Opo, yes, Your Honor.
Mga ilang beses?
I'll have to check my records, Your Honor.
We'll not hold you accountable for it because, as you said, you will check your records. But is it more than once, twice, thrice?
More than twice.
More than twice. Less than 10? More than 10.
I have to check my records,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Right. Are you at liberty to tell us which casinos you remitted them to? And were the amounts, ganun ba kalaki yung mga halaga?
I have to check my
Oh,
records.
yung mga halaga, ganun din kalaki?
I have to
29,
check.
30 million?
Yeah, I have to check, Your
Okay,
Honor.
Mr. Chairman, let's just note that the witness said she will check her records and we will
Yes, Your Honor.
ask her for those next time. Do you know Mr. Kim Wong?
I've seen him socially,
Socially?
Your Honor. Yes.
Met him a number of times?
Introduced probably once or twice, long time ago.
Okay. I'd like to ask the AMLAC, go back to the AMLAC kay Attorney Abad, Mr. Chair. Tama ho ba yung invocation ni PhilRem of Article 9 of the Anti-Money Laundering Act that they cannot talk about certain transactions because my understanding of Section 9 of the Anti-Money Laundering Act is that it is, ang purpose nun is para hindi madespalko yung pondo habang inimbestigahan eh. But in this case, ibig sabihin, nag-file ng report yung covered institution. May suspicious, may covered transaction dito. Hindi niya dapat sasabihin kanino yon para hindi madespalko yung pera, di ba? Pero in this case, mukhang nadespalko na eh.
No,
So is that a good law?
That is correct. What she, well, under Section 9C of Republic Act 9160, covered institutions are prohibited from disclosing any information as far as the submission of suspicious transaction or covered transaction reports is concerned. This is not just to prevent unnecessary dissipation of funds that may be subject of the report, but also to protect the covered institutions who submitted the report. Because if the account holders or the depositors, for example, would know that the covered institution submitted a report pertaining to his or her transaction, then the account holder or the depositor would lose its trust and confidence in the covered institution. So just to keep everything confidential, Your Honor, that's the purpose of Section 9C of the AMLA.
But in this case, the covered institution is already out in the open and has already testified as to the money. She's testified that there's a sender, there is a beneficiary. So I'm just wondering if the purpose of the law still holds. Because ang purpose ito in aid of legislation, di ba? So should we specify that this will only apply before or while the money is still within Philippine jurisdiction?
That applies at all times, Your Honor. Whether the money is still intact or not, that provision applies, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll go back to PhilRem. Sabi nyo may sender tsaka may beneficiary. So klaro namin sino yung beneficiary mo. Yung 29 million to Soler, 21 million to Eastern, 30 million to Waykang. Ang sender mo is si Miss Maya Daguito. Tama ho ba yun?
Your Honor, ang sender po namin...
Sino ang transaction ninyo? Sino kausap nyo? Sino nagbigay ng instruction sa inyo?
Ang katransaksyon ho namin is yung branch manager.
So that's Miss Maya nga?
Yes.
Miss Maya. But she's denying that.
but-
Do you have any proof as to
wait.
dun sa ano niya? Oh, sige, go ahead. Go ahead.
No. I'm just saying that when she called us, she told us about her client, Mr. William Go. So, knowing that she told us that the funds are already in his account and that she will be transacting with us, because we are allowed to have a third-party reliance, meaning, may I read AMLC Rule 9A11, subject to the rules promulgated for the purpose by supervising authorities where a third party has already conducted the requisite face-to-face contact and the identification requirements on its own customers in accordance with these rules and its own money laundering and terrorist financing prevention program. A covered institution may rely on the representation of the third party that it has already undertaken said face-to-face contact and customer identification requirements.
So you relied on the bank, basically?
Yes, Your
Oo.
Honor.
That they were speaking for Mr. William Go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mhm. But sino ang, how were the instructions given to you? Written? Text ba? May sulat ba? For you to send that kind of money?
She sent it to me over the phone.
Sa phone conversation?
Yes, Your Honor.
All of this, lahat po? Itong 29 million kay
Yes,
Soler?
Your Honor.
Okay. Do you remember what date it was? Sabay-sabay ba yan? Ibang...
No, Your Honor. It was between February 5 to 13.
Would you remember how many phone conversations you had?
No, Your Honor. I don't remember, but I can check.
Why did you feel, ako sa akin lang as an outsider to all of these transactions, parang, wouldn't it be prudent to require something in writing? Di ba? Kasi you're talking about big amounts of money eh. Papayag ba kayo na, ito 30 million pesos, parang gano'n. $30 million. Telepono lang, gano'n lang?
Your Honor.
You've transacted with her before?
Yes, Your Honor.
And similarly large
and
amounts?
she is representing the RCBC Bank. So
you're used to dealing just over the phone? Kahit wala ng written notices?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kahit yung mga unang transaksyon nyo, walang written? You never had any written instructions?
No, yes, Your Honor.
Always over the phone?
Walang resibo ba yan? Walang pinipirman that I received the money?
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor, meron.
So there's a document.
Yes, Your Honor.
And where is
Dun
the
sa beneficiary.
Correct. Where is the document today?
We have it in our record.
You could provide the committee a copy
Yes,
of this document.
yes, Your Honor.
Sino ang nakapirma dun sa document? Yung, you're talking about, I think,
The
Senator
cash.
Rector, she is talking about the received, when it's received by the beneficiaries, but we're asking about her receipt from the sender. Oo.
Is a receipt from the beneficiary kung wala naman yung isa. So there's at least one document.
But
we look at.
I think for our purposes, we're concerned about both the origin of the money and the proceeds. So I think we need documents on both ends. Oo. So yun dun sa sending party ho, wala talagang sulat ho yun?
Wala. Over the phone lang, Your Honor.
Okay, okay. So sino nagbayad sa'yo ng 500 pesos? Oh, at saka nag-issue ba kayo ng resibo doon sa 500 pesos?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sino ang nagbayad ho sa inyo noon at kanino nyo pong in-issue yung resibo?
Sa branch manager po, para sa client niya.
So, in her name?
No, in the name of her
RCBC?
client. No, her
Okay.
client.
Just, can you furnish us those, in the name of her client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi, yun yung tinanggap.
Yun yung nagpadala.
Mhm.
Opo.
Okay. Si Mr. Go na he denies.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sige, tanong naman natin si Mr. Go. Sabi niyo po, sir, wala ho talaga kayong account sa RCBC?
Wala po.
At all?
Meron lang sa isa sa Trinoma.
I
That's
see.
corporate account.
Okay.
For our other
Yung
corporation.
Century Tex ho yun?
Hindi po.
Ibang
that's
kumpanya?
Ibang corporate account. I'm just
That's
the-
your only account in RCBC?
Trinoma.
At saka peso naman ho yun?
Peso. At that
I
was
see.
2015.
Pero itong di umano'y nasa inyo, sa inyo yung pangalan ay wala kayong kinalaman
Wala
ho
po.
dyan?
Wala
Hindi
po.
kayo ang nabukas niyan?
Wala po.
And
Never.
as you said earlier, silang nagbukas para sa inyo?
Yes, wala po. Minubuksan
Oo.
ko.
Anong role sa tingin mo ni Mr. Peñalosa dito sa pagbukas ng account? May role ho ba
Walang
siya?
idea po.
No idea?
Walang idea.
Okay. Pero sa tingin ko, dahil nasa sa inyo nakapangalan, I'll ask RCBC, do you consider it Mr. Go's account because it's in his name? Whose account do you consider it to be?
Mr. Senator, I cannot speak if even an account exists under bank secrecy.
Well, assuming, let's do a hypothetical.
But if hypothetically, I mean, if the account holder
Hypothetically, you would rely on the person whose name, so you would give it prima facie acknowledgement as the account of the account holder, barring any evidence to the contrary.
Yes.
May I interject?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, because one of the questions I wanted to ask was whether Mr. William Sogo is willing to waive his bank secrecy.
I was just about to ask, Mr. Chair.
On that particular account. But then maybe I think we should ask Governor Espanilla. We have a situation where the bank secrecy law requires a written waiver of the owner of the funds. The purported owner denies owning the account. So who will issue now the waiver?
Yeah.
Who will issue now the waiver?
Next one. How are you willing to issue a waiver?
It's like it's a fictitious account, Mr. Chairman.
I can't hear you, sir. I can't hear.
It's like it's a fictitious account.
It's a fictitious account. So how do we get a waiver now from the owner? Is there any RCBC? Can you help?
Hindi kasi, Mr. Chair, in the case of the four earlier, RCBC said they cannot say it's the Bank of Bangladesh because it's still an allegation na hack sila. So they're giving faith and credence to the four people who opened the account. In this case, there is an account opened in the name of Mr. Go. So maybe we should ask Mr. Go, sir, sabi nyo hindi sa inyo yan. Are you willing to issue a waiver in writing na on the off chance na kino-consider for that particular account lang? Total, hindi naman sa inyo yun eh, di ba? Hindi naman sa inyo yun eh. So why not issue it? Para matulungan yung Kongreso, matulungan yung publiko.
Hindi ko po account yan. I cannot do anything about that.
Your Honor,
Miss
if I may just
Marcel, yes?
Miss Marcel, if I may just suggest if it's, because we're trying to come up with a clean legal structure here in case where there's an account, where the account holder claims it's not his. So who will sign the waiver? If Mr. Go is willing to put in writing that he denies that the accounts are his, alleged accounts are his, but nonetheless he is willing to execute a waiver for any account that may be attached to his name, then we would consider that valid written consent, and I may speak about it, Your Honor.
So if Mr. Go issues a waiver, you will recognize
Written
it.
waiver.
To repeat.
Yes.
Oh, that's clear, Mr. Chair. So we'll ask Mr. Go, kahit hindi po sa inyo yon, assuming nasa pangalan nyo po, would you issue the waiver? Oh.
Hindi pwede do akin yan eh.
Ha?
Hindi akin yan.
Hindi, but kaya nga. So para makita ng publiko kanino yon, if you're confident that it's not your money, you would issue the waiver, di ba?
You know, why will I issue waiver? That's not mine.
Yeah, that's the point.
Kasi nasa pangalan ho ninyo eh.
It might also implicate him because he's saying it's not his. And so why is he issuing a waiver?
He can issue a hypothetical waiver.
Your Honor,
Ms. Marcel, yes?
if it would be worded in the way, and this is really addressed to his lawyer, that he does not admit and specifically
Yes.
denies these accounts are his, but nonetheless, for purposes of discussing this account, he would be willing to sign a waiver because from all that I've heard here, and I'm speaking theoretically, it appears that he is being pointed to as the account holder.
Mr.
So
Go?
there's no admission.
Is your lawyer amenable?
With your permission,
Yes, identify yourself, please.
I
Sir.
am Ramon S. Guerra, Your
Okay.
Honor. And with the permission of
Please proceed.
the honorable senators, and with your indulgence, I have advised Mr. Go not to give his consent or to that to the request of the waiver. Earlier, the good counsel, external counsel for RCBC, went to see me actually asking for the written consent of Mr. Go. But that would be an admission, in effect, that the account is owned by Mr. Go. We have written RCBC under date of March 1, 2016, which they received on March 2, that saying that Mr. Go does not own the account, and they need to look into, examine what actually transpired, why Mr. Go suddenly had an account with a bank. So if we give the consent or the waiver that they are seeking now, are we not in effect admitting it? Your Honors, you must understand that Mr. Go is prepared to sue the bank together with Ms. Daguito. We have indicated that in our meeting with them. And if we give the consent now, I know where they're coming from, I also understand. But we are somehow caught in a predicament that we cannot allow our client to own an account that is not his, at least by implied admission.
Okay, I think that's pretty clear. Even if we disagree with his stance, that's his stance, and we cannot, maybe the recourse here is to apply for AMLA to apply with the courts. court permission and court to apply for a court order to open the account, since it seems to be a nobody owns account. Senator Angara, please proceed.
Just to finish off your point, Mr. Chair, what happens to an account like that no one claims? It's just it just remains secret. There's no more money, for example.
An account that's not claimed, Your Honor, eventually it goes to the government. In S-sheet, it goes dormant. If it's an account theoretically that would be deemed falsified by the bank, then the bank makes an internal investigation and determines who are the culpable personalities and files criminal cases against them. That's what the bank does as a matter of policy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Last question is, what is RCBC's policy regarding dormant accounts? When does an account become dormant?
I think 2 years of inactivity is our
Okay.
policy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm satisfied.
Okay. But anyway, by the way, AMLA has the power to just to get an inquiry to look into the account, just to see the transactions where it went. Okay. Okay. At this point, I would like to announce that the next hearing will be on Thursday, this coming Thursday, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. All those present, please consider yourselves invited. But at the same time, we will review some of the invitees so that those that are we deem not needed, we will inform you that you're no longer needed. Senator Espanilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr.
Sorry.
I'll address this question to Mr. Tan. Mr. Tan, every bank has a risk management manual, right? May the committee have a copy of the risk management manual of RCBC?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then there's the clearing and remittance. That's only done at the head office, no?
Yes. There's a settlements department that handles that.
Yeah. Isa lang yan. So, lahat ng incoming, alam ninyo.
At the settlements department, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have any warning bells sa settlement department
This account.
na i-alert kayo kung there's something that looks suspicious?
Your Honor, if I may, in general, when there are very large amounts that come in, we do an end-of-day review at the settlements department, and that triggers a series of controls, which will then revert to the branch, who will then make a recommendation as to what the deposit or withdrawal being...
In this particular instance, or these particular instances, kasi maraming, there were 4 big remittances that came in. Did you ever make a referral?
Your
or did
Honor,
settlements ever ask the manager?
Yeah. Your Honor, in general, because we cannot speak for any specific transaction or account, but in general, at the end of the day, our settlements department reviews all the transfers and makes appropriate recommendations if there is anything that requires further inquiry.
And at what point will you be able to inform the committee whether you made, what actions you took on these 4 accounts?
Your Honor, we cannot speak unless we have a... This is a in
Alam
case
mo,
of...
walang nag-claim dito, so that becomes no man's
Yes.
land, no? The account of William Go, and then the account of those 4 missing or non-existent
Yes.
people. So, pwede ba, ika-claim ko na lang yan, pagkatapos I'll give you a waiver to talk about it. All right. I have a question of PhilRem. Earlier, we heard that the charge for Forex is about roughly 50 centavos per dollar. All right. And we know that remittance companies make more money on the conversion. Dollars to pesos, pesos to dollars, and that's an accepted fact. As a matter of fact, you make much more on the Forex rather than on the remittance fees itself. Correct? In this particular instance, when RCBC, how much did you exchange? $66 million into pesos?
$66 million, sir. It's
That's 33 million pesos you made there.
No, 2 million pesos, sir. So it's not 50 cents. We made 2 million pesos over the $66 million transaction. I'm not very good in math, sir. But it's 2 million divided by 66
You
million.
topped the bar, no?
Yes, long ago, sir. But yes.
But you mean the barracks, dalawang
math.
top-notcher
There's no
kayo
math.
dito. Dito rin si Coco eh.
I defer to Senator Pimentel, sir.
So, that's 2 million pesos you made.
Divided by 66 million dollars. Actually. So 66 million
Three.
times 47.
3 centavos.
Baka less
no,
pa, sir.
3%.
$66 million times 47 is 3 billion. So it's 2 million divided by 3.1 billion. So it's
Okay.
2 million divided by 3 billion. Very little, sir. 0.0006.
Ganun lang.
Maliit lang, sir.
So, mas malaki ang kita
Maliit
ng
lang.
PhilRem.
I have no idea of their record, sir.
All right. Now, PhilRem, are you a covered institution?
Yes, Your Honor, we are covered institution.
How long have you been a covered institution? How long when did you find out that you were included in the AMLA?
I have to check, Your Honor.
Let me read the AMLA to you, no? Covered institutions, covered persons, natural or juridical, refers to banks, quasi-banks, trust entities, foreign exchange dealers, money changers, remittance agents, and other similar entities. When did you finally register as a covered institution?
From the start, Your Honor.
What is from the start? You've been in existence
We were
for
asked to
17 years.
register under BSP under RA 471, 2005.
2005 nang register kayo?
Yes, sir.
You're sure of that, huh? Now, how do you transmit funds? You transmitted it also through RCBC. So when you changed the dollars into pesos and you gave it to Bloomberry, RCBC rin ang transmit para sa iyo. I mean,
Yes,
hindi
Your
naman
Honor.
ito cash transaction.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Who ordered the conversion from dollars to pesos?
The branch manager.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll
Mr. Chair,
more questions at the next hearing. I'd like to thank everybody for coming.
Senator Recto?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it would appear that Ms. Daguito wanted to tell the committee members in executive session what she knows. Will we be going to executive session after the...
Ms. Daguito, are you willing to have an executive session now? After this, right?
Your Honor, if it's okay, because I'm physically and mentally tired, it could be next time. Could it be next time?
Okay, then, we won't force the matter. Anyway, Thursday, this coming Thursday, 1 o'clock tayo.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is there anyone else who wants to ask any questions?
Be a final question,
Senator Recto.
Mr. Chairman. Ms. Salud, is Philrem still in existence?
Yes, Your Honor. Still in existence,
yes.
alive and kicking.
Yes. Do you have any other company named Wear Quick?
We are quick.
WERQUICK or QUIK?
Yes.
Yes, you
Yes,
do.
Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. One last question, because PAGCor is here. I would like to ask your position on the matter, Chairman Aguiat, on the inclusion of casinos in the AMLA regime.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, as I stated, we're very open to be included, to be under AMLA. We have no objection, Your Honor.
Thank you for that statement.
But just one last one with the chairman of the PAGCor. And to the casinos, maybe, no? When were you informed that there was possible dirty money in the casinos?
I just read it in Inquirer, February 29, Your Honor.
So there was no communication with AMLA,
No, Your
the
Honor.
central bank governor,
No, Your Honor.
with you or any of the casinos?
No, Your Honor.
And when you read it in the newspapers, did you contact the casino owners?
Yes, Your Honor. We made a formal letter about the inquiry, Your Honor.
Okay. So to the AMLA, does it prevent you from talking to the regulator of the casinos, PAGCor? Does the law prevent you from asking assistance?
Well, in fact, we asked assistance from PAGCor when we wrote PAGCor.
And when did you write them?
I can't recall the exact date, but last week we
So
are
after
requesting-
February 29.
Yes, Your Honor.
So nauna sa dyaryo.
Yes, Your Honor.
So when you were, nung sinabihan kayo ng Central Bank or ng Bank of Bangladesh, after February 29 only did you seek assistance from PAGCor?
Yes, it was after February 29, Your Honor.
When it was already in the papers? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, until Thursday, 1 o'clock, this hearing is hereby suspended.